Good evening. I would like to call to order the December 6, 2022 Little Rock City Board of Directors meeting. We'd like to welcome those in attendance as well as those watching at home. Madam Clerk, if you would, please call the roll.
Director Miller,
Here.
Director Richardson, Director Webb,
Here.
Director Peck,
Here.
Director Wright,
Here.
Director Wyrick,
Present.
Director Compuris, Director Phillips, Director Adcock.
Present.
I'm here if you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am, I did. Vice Mayor Hines,
Present.
Mayor Scott.
Present. Before we have the invocation from City Director Kathy Webb, I do want to just, for those who are in the room resting on their feet, if you do want a seat, we do have an overflow room and you can hear everything as well, just for those who are resting on their feet. All right, Director Webb.
Mayor, I ask our city attorney to say the invocation for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Please join me. Tonight we have many issues that have to be addressed that deal with immediate things the city has to do, that deal with budgets for what the city wishes to do next year, and deal with questions of policy that the city has to address. People will speak. Some people may be less than pleasant in their comments or rude, but it's important for us as city employees and for the board, particularly as city policymakers, to recognize that that is only how certain people think their points are made. It is really not personal. It is really not vindictive. It's just the way they are. So if we take that approach, we can hope that all of the decisions we make tonight will be in the best interest of the city, its employees, its tourists, and its citizens. But hope is an active verb. It's not a wish. It takes work, it takes planning, and it takes perseverance for hopes to be fulfilled. As we discuss tonight, let us always keep that in mind. Amen.
Amen. May we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members of the board, we will be deferring Vice Mayor item number. Vice Mayor?
Yes. I make a motion to defer resolution number 1 until our next meeting this month. It's come to my attention that I don't think that Director Honeywell was trying to mislead me at agenda meeting, but all the I's are not dotted and the T's are not crossed in terms of the design and the construction easements with the adjacent property owners. So I'm going to ask this be deferred for 2 more weeks till we can get to the bottom of it. I still also have some questions about the major portion of the cost to lower a 48-inch drain that I don't know is really the source of the problem still. So I'd appreciate my fellow board members' vote to defer this till our next meeting.
Understand that to be a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Director Kathy Peck. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Aye.
Ayes have
Nay.
it. It'll be deferred for the next board meeting, the 20th.
Was my name recorded, Mayor? Do we have to do a roll call since a couple of us are doing this physically?
Yes, Director Richardson, we'll do a roll call since we have 2 members that are via virtual. Madam Clerk?
Director Peck,
Oh, I'm so sorry. Aye.
Director Wright, Director Wyrick,
Aye.
Director Compuris, Director Phillips, Director Adcock,
Yes.
Director Miller,
Yes.
Director Richardson,
Nay.
Director Webb,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hines.
Yes.
9-1, it's deferred.
Thank you so much. We have 8 additions to tonight's agenda. Resolution sponsored by Director Adcock, which will require a supermajority vote for addition, to be added, which is to set aside funds in the 2023 annual budget. Item number 2, contracts for positive prevention programs for 2023. 3, historic preservation easement between the city and the Daisy Bates House Museum Foundation. 4, amendment of previous contract to account for a cost increase for a tub grinder. 5, amendment of the property insurance to cover the increased value of the Arkansas Museum of Fine Arts. 6, contract for cyber liability insurance. 7, a motion to reconsider action on a zoning application. 8, ordinance sponsored by Vice Mayor Hines, which will require a supermajority vote for addition to amend the code regarding the section of professional services. In addition, we have 1 deferral and 1 withdrawal for tonight's agenda. Item 2 is being deferred until December 20th, 2022 at the staff's request. Item 3 is being withdrawn.
Mayor,
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I'm going to try to get us through this real quickly. I'm going to make a motion that I'm going to leave items M1, M6, or M7 and M8 as separate items to vote on the agenda, but I'd move that we add M2, M3, M4, M5, and M6 to the consent agenda.
Is there a motion?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Doing that
Vice Mayor?
again.
Or Mayor, I'm sorry. Looks like we'll probably want to have some discussion. Let me rephrase that. Add item M2 to the separate items.
I think you said consent.
Consent.
M2.
Yeah, well, I imagine with the amount of this, I think we're going to want to hold it separate. I want to add M2 to the separate items, and then add M3, M4, M5, M6 to the consent agenda.
7 is going to be
I'll
separate.
address items M1, M7, and M8 separately. I just want to deal with the bulk of these first.
1 and N7 are separate.
Well, we have to take separate votes on those because they require different, I'm trying to take the ones that require a simple majority to move them, is what I'm trying to simplify this. So a motion to move M2 to the separate items, M3, M4, M5, and M6 to the consent agenda since they're resolutions. And then we'll go back and deal with M1, M7, and M8 separately.
So move.
There's a motion. From
Second.
Vice Mayor Hines and a second from Director Wright. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please-
Aye.
Need a roll call, Mayor.
all those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, but we'll do a roll call.
Nay.
Roll call.
Director Peck,
Aye.
Director Wright, Director Wright,
Yes.
Director Wyrick,
Yes.
Director Compuris, Director Phillips. Director Adcock,
Yes.
Director Miller,
Yes.
Director Richardson,
Mayor, I vote nay to all of those that require supermajority. I don't have an agenda here in front of me. And nay to those that are dealing with the positive prevention programs. I don't know if, Lance, those are the ones you want to hold separate for discussion.
Director Richardson, we're not addressing M1, M7, or M8, right now, we're going to handle those separately with the different motions for each, because they require separate votes for each one of them. And then we need an explanation on M7.
Oh, thanks for the clarification. Yay.
So you're voting no on 2,
I'm
3, 4,
voting
5,
aye.
and
I'm
6?
sorry. I'm voting aye based on the vice mayor's explanation.
Director Webb?
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Director Hines says yes.
Oh, Vice Mayor Hines.
Yes.
Okay, it was unanimous to do all that.
Okay. And then,
M2 is separate, M3 through M6 is on the consent agenda.
Mayor, I move to move Resolution M1 to the separate items. This requires a supermajority.
Members of the board,
Second.
there's a motion and second for the discussion. Members of the board, M1 is being offered by City Director Joan Adcock as it relates to a resolution to set aside funds in the 2023 annual budget. And this is just solely to add to the agenda, or it is to add to the agenda whether or not we want to discuss it tonight. City Director Antoine Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. And I see a lot of my downtown friends here, so I want to be clear before I start. I am supportive of the ambassador program. I am supportive of the ambassador program. I am supportive of the ambassador program. I've learned you say things 3 times and people remember it, so that's why I did that. However, the way I read this, last week, city manager told us that the budget for the city that we will receive next week will be a balanced budget, which means that if we discuss this without discussing the budget, that there is something that's going to be changed that we hadn't seen yet. In other words, we're amending the budget without seeing the budget, in my opinion. So
Point of order, Mayor.
I'm not supportive of adding this to the agenda today because I think it's something that should be discussed in conjunction with the actual budget so we can be supportive of our downtown partners.
Point of order, Mayor.
What is your point of order, Vice Mayor Hines?
We're simply a question of whether or not we're going to add this to our agenda or not a discussion of the whys and hows. It seems out of order.
Vice Mayor, there's a motion and a second, and there's discussion at this point. That's the reason why he was called.
And I was discussing my opinion on why it shouldn't be added to the agenda today as opposed to being discussed next week in conjunction with the budget. So for that reason, I would vote no on adding it to the agenda today. There's other substantive discussion. If we have the 8 votes, we can address it then, but I think this should be discussed in conjunction with the budget once we receive it. I believe we're getting it next week. Is that right, Mayor, City Manager?
Yes.
So I think we should discuss it at that time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director Phillips. Director Miller?
Thank you, Mayor. I support the ambassador program. I support the ambassador program. I support the ambassador program. I think that's good, Director Phillips. And the way I read this is that we want to have a discussion about this at the budget. Nothing is passed in the budget at this point, but we want to say that this is something we want to be in the budget. And so with that in mind, I'm very supportive of this as I read this and as I visit cities that have ambassador programs and know the economic good that they do. And of course, Director Phillips and I talked about this, and I know he supports it. And so I support it too. But the way I read this a little differently than what Director Phillips reads this, because to me, nothing on the budget has been passed at this point. The budget has not been presented to us. Am I right about that, City Manager?
Correct.
Yeah, so, I think this is to direct a set aside. So the budget has to be, whatever goes in the budget is going to have to be voted on regardless. But this, I think, is important enough to send a message, and I want to send a message to, to the people that support this, and a number of them do, and I'm sure all of us have received the the letters of support for this, and this is primarily in Ward 1. It is Ward 1. And programs and cities that have ambassador programs, I think, is good for economic development. We're all about economic development, and so with that in mind, I wanted to express my strong support for setting this aside to be looked at in the annual budget the way it's presented now. Thank you.
Director Peck?
I agree with Director Miller. I agree with Director Miller. I agree with
Look
Director
what I
Miller.
just started.
Thank you.
All right, Director Adcock?
Yes, I asked last week that this be put on the agenda tonight. I want it on the agenda tonight. I'm here to vote on it on the agenda tonight, to put it on the agenda. I did check with Mr. Moore today. He told me that the budget had not been completed. I want this on the agenda so we can vote for it. If Director Phillips wants to vote no, that's his right. But I think that we have people here tonight that want to vote yes, once it's part of the budget. And I'm sorry, but there are other things that will come up that we will have to make adjustments on the budget. And this is just one of those adjustments that staff will have to make if this board passes this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
My hand, can I respond, Mayor?
Director Phillips?
Thank you. Definitely respect my colleagues, Director Miller, Director Peck, and Director Adcock. Again, I'm supportive of the program. But to me, from a budget standpoint, I'm using a sports analogy. Every February, All-Star game, NBA All-Star games are announced, and there are All-Star members who are players who do not make the All-Star team. And then the inevitable question is, well, who's on the All-Star team that shouldn't be on the All-Star team? And that's the way I see this budget. I think the ambassador program is important. I support it. But if we add $500,000 to what the staff and our department directors have presented to us, that means that there's something in the budget that we hadn't seen yet. Again, we hadn't seen it yet. That's going to be taken out, that we don't know what that thing is that's being taken out. So from a budgetary perspective, a procedural perspective, I would like to see what's in the budget, and then us as the policymakers for the city decide, okay, the ambassador program is very important. We're going to put this in there. This other thing can wait. We can do it later. We don't need to do it. But we don't know what the other thing is right now. We're just taking something out without any context. So that's the foundation and basis for me saying that I do not want to discuss this without having the budget in front of me as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director Phillips. Director Richardson?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'm supportive of Director Phillips' position. I do think that we are voting to add this, but it could possibly pass and could have some budgetary implications for us. We had budgetary presentations, a day-long set of budgetary presentations from each and every department, and I don't remember, and forgive me if we talked about this and I was out of the room or I just fell asleep or forgot, but I don't remember us talking about this. And Director Miller made complete and constant references to economic development, but the thing that's been driving our conversations and the headlines and the concerns lately has been public safety. And I'm supportive of the ambassador programs. I have a lot of questions that there are a lot of known unknowns, I think, that I need to have addressed before I can support this wholeheartedly. I think it is a great program, but the fact that we're talking about, as Director Miller said, economic development, it can help us with economic development. But that thing that's dominating our conversation now and has been, particularly up to the election day, has been public safety, public safety, public safety, public safety, public safety. And we haven't talked about this beyond more cops and bigger jails. So I too will be joining Director Phillips in opposing adding this on to tonight, as well as the other ones that require supermajority. I just think that's not fair to the process with respect to how we get items before the public and get public input and community engagement and community involvement with the two of the things we constantly say we want to have and we need to move our city forward. So I'm supportive of Director Phillips' comments and his assertion about why it's not a good thing to add this tonight.
Director Adcock, is your hand still up? Is your hand still up, Director Adcock?
No. There.
Hey, take it down then.
All right, thank you. Members of the board, we've had now a discussion. All those in favor, well, actually, we're gonna do roll call.
Director Peck,
Yes?
Director Wright,
Yes.
Director Wyrick,
Yes.
Director Campuris, Director Phillips,
No.
Director Adcock,
Yes.
Director Miller,
Yes.
Director Richardson,
No.
Director Webb,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hines.
Yes.
8-2.
So this will now be added to the agenda for tonight for consideration. So as a separate item. So members of the public that are viewing online, to add an agenda item to a city board meeting that was not previously presented during an agenda meeting for discussion, you have to have a supermajority vote. That requires 8 votes. We've just received 8 votes. That now is added to the official agenda for tonight for consideration and for a vote. And before we get started,
Mayor, we still have
I
M7.
think you got to deal with M7.
I know. Before we get started, because I didn't start this meeting off together, we had in sports in Arkansas, Little Rock represented well this past weekend. The state's capital city had not only one, but 2 schools that not only were representing the state championship in both 5A and 6A, but they actually won. And so we want to take this time. We'll do an official proclamation for both schools and probably have them here and really think about doing something big for the 2 schools. Those 2 schools is the Little Rock Parkview Arts and Science Magnet High School and Little Rock Pulaski Academy, which both won. And so we're excited for them. And so if anyone's watching tonight and you're a Parkview Patriot or you are a Pulaski Academy Bruin, we salute you today for your state championships and representing the city of Little Rock in the state in state football. Let's give them all a round of applause. Oh, Parkview High and inspiration, how our hearts with pride.
Are any members of the board former Parkview football players, Mayor?
You said what?
Are any members of the board former Parkview football players?
This is true. This is true. You got to have a little fun, guys. Got to have a little fun. All right. We'll now go to the other items. I believe that is item, we just did M1. We'll now go to M7.
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to, I didn't get the email originally on this, and the city attorney brought me up to speed before he came in. Tom, would you please explain what we're doing with ordinance M7, if it's added to the agenda? Because it looks like we're adding it back as an ordinance, but we've already approved it 2 weeks ago, or the last meeting we had. So just an explanation as to what we're voting to put on the agenda for tonight.
M7 is a zoning ordinance that was approved by the Planning Commission and was approved by this board as a grouped item. At the Planning Commission, there were opponents there, some of whom own the land, who wanted to speak in opposition to it. The cards did not get recognized in time, but they were going to have an opportunity to speak at the board meeting when it came up. When it came up, the cards did not get recognized at the time it came up. The mayor made a comment about it at the end of the meeting, noting that the opposition was there. The opponents wished to have their time before the board of directors, and I was asked if there was a way to do that. This will be a motion to rescind. Typically, it would take 8 votes to rescind the previous vote and put this on the agenda. But notice was given that this matter would be on the agenda tonight, so it takes 6 votes to rescind the previous vote so that this matter will be put back on the agenda, which will occur in the future. It will not occur tonight. If if this motion passes, the merits of the issue will be heard at a future board meeting. For assurance that everyone knew that the opponents cared, I spoke with them or one of their representatives this afternoon. They are here to speak if y'all need to hear them, but they're not going to speak about the merits. It's only that they want to be heard. And I'm not saying you have to hear them. I just wanted to let you know that they cared enough to come.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Attorney. As we've shared about M7, is anyone here from, I believe, the Becks or anyone? I don't believe they are. We just want to acknowledge you. And there will take a motion, I believe, from the board, and then this will be added to the December 20th. Director Compures, do you want to make that motion? There's a
Second.
motion from Director Compures, a second from Director Peck. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say aye. Aye. Ayes have it. We know we didn't have a virtual vote, but we heard a unanimous vote there. And so to the Becks, you'll be on the December 20th agenda. If you would like to transition from the room, I know you may want to have an early evening, that's fine too, unless you want to watch us tonight. Have a good evening. All right. I believe we've handled all of the items, addition items for today.
Got M8.
M8. Yeah, didn't see that. Yes, ma'am, I will explain. So for everyone, I believe there was item M7. So 2 weeks ago, the city attorney just explained this, but 2 weeks ago, there was a particular item that was passed by the city board. The Becks and some other individuals within that particular area filled out an agenda item card. I missed that agenda item card, did not acknowledge those individuals when I was made aware of it, when staff made me aware. Shortly after the agenda item passed unanimously by the city board, we were made aware that a member of the public was not able to speak as it relates to that particular agenda item when they had signed up for the agenda item. So it did pass, and so there's a procedural process to have a reconsideration of a vote. What you just experienced was the reconsideration of the vote. The Becks who were here, they were acknowledged. We just had a motion and a second from Director Compures and Director Peck. And now that passed unanimously, and so on the December 20th board meeting, they'll be heard officially, and then the board will reconsider and vote again. The same as well. You all can speak on December 20th.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes,
I thought that this had to be added to our agenda to vote on the rescission is what we were voting on, not the actual rescission of the vote.
Mr. Attorney, have to explain that.
That's correct. I mean, all you have done is, this was a motion
To
to have
reconsider.
the ordinance.
No,
And
right.
the motion is so it can be brought back up on the agenda.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Wait, Mayor, I'm still, I'm having some confusion here, Mayor, point of order.
Mr. City Attorney, will you repeat what you just shared 2 minutes ago?
In order to do a motion to rescind, it takes typically a supermajority or 8 votes. However, if notice is given prior to the meeting that this is going to be brought up, then it only takes 6 votes so that the vote is rescinded and the matter can come back on the agenda. All you did tonight was pass the motion that this can come back up on the agenda, and it only took 6 votes. It was unanimous anyway. It will not be brought up at tonight's meeting because we've got certain requirements we've got to meet to assure that everybody's notified that the issue's coming up. And so it's being set for the meeting on the 20th of December.
Mayor, I thought we were voting on adding this to the agenda to vote, then vote on the rescission of the vote.
No, sir, that's not
I
what
mean,
the,
it's,
Mayor,
Mr. Moore?
and I typically don't disagree with Mr. Carpenter, but I believe that what you all just passed was to add it to the agenda, which passed, and then you all will have to have another action tonight on whether to rescind it or not. This was just a motion to add it to the agenda tonight.
Correct.
Now, I do agree that it should not be, the merits of the case or the issue should not be heard today, but what you all have done to this point is just add it to the agenda, and then there should be a discussion and a vote on whether to rescind the vote. And if that passes, then it would be on the December 20th agenda.
The
Mr.
reason I
Attorney.
can't agree with that is because board members gave notice that they were going to do this, and then the notice was given again at the end of the agenda meeting that this was going to come up. So as noted, it's M7 motion to reconsider. It's really a motion to rescind the vote that had been taken, which had passed the matter. And so that vote is rescinded, but it's not dealing with the merits of the issue tonight. And by voting in favor of the motion to rescind, and the motion here was specific not only to rescind, but also to set this for the agenda on the 20th of December. The board's voted on that.
Point of order to the parliamentarian again, Mayor. I have a
What is your point, Vice Mayor?
How can we possibly make a motion to rescind a vote when it's not even on our agenda officially, Tom? That's where the
Parliamentarian fuel share.
disconnect is. We did not take any action to add this to our agenda. It is sitting here, and the paperwork I'm looking at is to modify our agenda. We are so sideways on this from the Planning Commission to our previous meeting that I just want to get this right. And I would rather err on the side of caution and add it to our agenda and then actually vote on what we've added to our agenda. We took no official action to add this, or at least what I'm looking at is a modification to our agenda that says that it requires 6 votes to be added. Tom, that's what I'm looking at.
It also says motion to reconsider, which is really a motion to rescind.
Where does it say motion to, what, the printed copy?
Look on the left side, M7, and then down at the bottom in red, it says motion to reconsider.
Oh, it's not on the copy that's sitting before me. Is it online? It's not on the printed copy that's sitting before us. Is it online, Mayor?
And it wasn't on our agenda for last week either, so this is brand new. I have the agenda from last week.
Members of the board will allow, as the city attorney has already made shared his opinion and the parliamentarian as a motion to reconsider. I understand that there may be some confusion, but the city attorney and the parliamentarian has already made his statement.
It is online, Tom. It says, M7 says motion to reconsider online, but the printed copies we have before us, which I was working off of, did not have that language.
It got,
So,
I'm sorry, Mayor, it was on, I've got one that's got it on there, but I think when we put it back in the shared file, something must have happened. And when Ally pulled it out to print, it didn't
thank you.
come through.
We'll now move forward. Madam Clerk,
Mayor, we still have yet to
M8,
deal with
M8.
M8.
Ma'am, I've taken personal privilege to allow you to speak from there, but we can't do that. But I want to make sure you know, again, what's going to happen on December the 20th. Yes, ma'am. And so I believe we have an agenda meeting. Well, we have an agenda meeting on December 13th. You are welcome to attend. We don't allow the public to speak at the agenda meeting, but there will be a lot of opportunity for the city board to ask of staff different questions as it relates to this item. So that'll happen on December 13th. So you can watch online or come here. That's at 4 o'clock. On December 20th, you'll have the opportunity to pick up an agenda card, sign your name, and then voice your for or against perspective to the city board. But that, again, I believe that'll be December 20th at 6 p.m. Thank you, everyone. All right, M8,
Mayor, I make a motion to add M8 to the separate items. This is a ordinance sponsored by myself to revise our code of ordinances to assure openness and transparency in the request and selection of professional services and to declare an emergency. This requires a supermajority.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. We'll go to the roll call vote.
Director Peck?
Yes.
Director Wright?
Yes.
Director Wyrick?
Yes.
Director Curris? Director Phillips?
No.
Director Adcock?
Yes.
Director Miller?
Yes.
Director Richardson?
Mayor, no, and Mayor, there was some information requested from Lance based on this process that he had laid out that I responded to, and we hadn't had any clarification with respect to the clarity on this process. So I'm unequivocally no on that.
Director Webb?
Let me say what I have to say, Doris, please.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hines?
Yes.
8-2, it is added to the separate items.
All right, we'll now go to,
Mayor, I'm sorry. We still need board action to defer 2 and withdraw 3.
all right, is there a motion and a
So
second?
moved.
To defer 2 and withdraw 3? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Aye.
Ayes have
Nay.
it. Director Richardson, we heard that one, so no need to do a roll call on that. Director Richardson is the no. All right. We'll now move, Madam Clerk, if you'll please read the consent agenda.
The consent agenda consists of a resolution to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Presidio Network Solutions in an amount not to exceed $174,875.26 plus applicable taxes and fees for the purchase and installation of video conference equipment for the Little Rock Police Department headquarters and for the purposes. A resolution authorizes the city manager to enter into a contract with Rue Holdings LLC and Riverfront Detail in amount not to exceed $140,000 for car wash services for city vehicles and for the purposes. A resolution authorizes the city manager to enter into a contract with Smart Automotive Group in amount not to exceed $433,500 plus applicable taxes and fees for the purchase of 17 Ford Maverick all-wheel drive pickup trucks for various city departments and for the purposes. A resolution authorizes the city manager to enter into a contract with GPS Insight in amount not to exceed $185,000 plus applicable taxes and fees for GPS services for the Fleet Services Department and for the purposes. A resolution authorizes the city manager to extend the agreement with DePaul USA Incorporated at amount not to exceed $369,157.48 to operate the Jericho Way Homeless Day Resource Center and for the purposes. A resolution authorizes the city manager to extend the contract with Impact Management and Mitchell Williams, Seelig, Gates, and Woodyard PLLC in amount not to exceed $50,000 to provide governmental affairs and consulting services and for the purposes. A resolution authorizes the city manager to enter into agreement with the Little Rock Convention and Visitors Bureau for continued management and operation of the Little Rock River Market for a 12-month period beginning January 1st, 2023, and for the purposes. A resolution authorizes the city manager to extend the contract with Little Rock Regional Chamber of Commerce in amount not to exceed $250,000 to provide economic development consulting services and for other purposes. A resolution to authorize entry into the historic preservation easement between the City of Little Rock, Arkansas, the L.C. and Daisy Bates House Museum Foundation, and the Ministerial Alliance for a period of 50 years from the date of this resolution for the home located at 1207 West 28th Street, Little Rock, Arkansas, a National Historic Landmark, to authorize the payment of allocated funds in exchange for the easement and to authorize the mayor, city manager, and city clerk to execute the necessary documents and to take all necessary steps to secure and record this easement and for the purposes. A resolution to amend Little Rock, Arkansas, resolution number 15,820 of November the 15th, 2022, to amend the revised contract price with Vermeer Mid-South in an amount not to exceed $1,500,166.79 plus applicable taxes and fees to account for the increased cost of one TG 7000 tub grinder from the Public Works Department Landfill Division and for other purposes, funding from the American Rescue Plan Act. A resolution to amend Little Rock, Arkansas Resolution Number 15,718 of June the 21st, 2022, and to authorize the city manager to to amend the contract with Travelers Insurance Company, amount not to exceed $1,162,633 to cover the increased statement of value for the Arkansas Museum of Fine Arts and for other purposes. A resolution authorizes the city manager to enter into contract with Crum and Forster in the amount not to exceed $100,000 to provide cyber liability insurance for a one-year term and for other purposes. That concludes the consent agenda.
Move for the adoption of the consent agenda.
Second.
Mayor,
Second.
before you vote, Director Webb has noted that because she is on the board of directors of the Jericho Way, that she will abstain from that particular item. But because it's part of the consent agenda, she doesn't have to leave the podium and she can vote on the other items.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Before we take the vote, Dr. Anika Whitfield for item number 11.
Thank you, Mayor and City Board members. I just wanted to get some clarification, and I hope that it will come up as a part of the discussion, what the Little Rock Chamber of Commerce has done to date, so that we can have some transparency as to why we would continue to extend a contract for something that it appears to me would just be something normal and natural that the Chamber of Commerce would do without having to be funded for it. That's my only comment.
Thank you so much, Dr. Whitfield. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay.
Present.
Ayes have it. Director Richardson voted present. We'll now go to citizens' communication.
What about the separate?
Mr. Johnny Hassan.
Peace and blessing be upon you. Assalamu alaikum to some, hope to help the others.
Slave Salam.
Walaikum salam.
I just want to emphasize the importance of the prayers for the 77 individuals who have died from homicide. This, and I had asked before, and I asked again, that the City of Little Rock Board of Directors declare a public health emergency. It seems to me that we are so in love with the gun culture that we do not value our humanity. I did have a list of the 74 that Channel 4 did, and we have not, that list has been exaggerated to 77. I left the police department a little while ago, and they told me there were 77 homicides. So it must have not been in God's permission that I would read those 77, because I can't find them on my iPad. But I do want to declare, okay, that if we are not willing as individuals of faith, of conscience, that we will not, at least declare a public health emergency. In order to fulfill what I intended to do, I will say to you, condolences for all of the 77 people that have died by homicide. When I came here before, it was only 64. And when I came earlier, I told you it was only 13. This is my third time coming, and you have not, and you refuse, in my opinion, to take on the gun culture, which your particular 21st century said that you, the city, is in the document, that you can have a gun buyback. Also says in that document that you should, Bruce Moore, declare this violence in this city a public health crisis. And that's my point today. I pray for all of those 77 people. I only had the list of 74. In God's name, we give condolences to those families. We give condolences to those who have died and whose family members are suffering. We also ask that at some time that you declare some kind of way to either give rewards or something to have restitution for
Mr. Johnny
people.
Hassan, if you
Yes,
could you,
yes, sir.
if you,
I heard that before, okay?
Mr. Johnny
I
Hassan,
heard that before.
I know,
Have your
Mr.
officers come and take me off the roster. I
we're
will
not, Mr. Johnny
continue.
Hassan, could you please
Yes,
add yours to the record?
yes, okay.
Thank you.
My whole point is that that's why it is important.
Mr. Johnny
3
Hassan, could you
minutes.
please add it to the record, please?
Yes, okay.
Thank you. We'll bring up the next person, Mr. Luke Scrable. Is Mr. Luke Scrable here?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Woo, 109 times I've been up here. I don't know if I've ever been more disgusted. I hate racism. It's vulgar. It's insulting. And it shouldn't be paid for by 85% of the taxpayers. They didn't vote for you, Mayor. They didn't want you a second time around. Our taxes should not go to people that are lying to us, Mayor, breaking the law every day, Mayor, and pushing a racist agenda. If you want to do it, continue to invite your racist friends to this podium. I will take them on one by one, each and every Tuesday. I don't like having to have a gun to my head to pay taxes to support this administration and to support racism. If I'm going to have to be insulted and have to swallow that vulgarness, I'm going to be up here letting you know I don't like it, Mayor. And I don't want to have to pay my taxes for the next 4 years to support this agenda and this administration and the joke of a holistic police enforcement policy that is not working. How many more dead people you want in the street, Mayor, to figure out it's time to cut bait or fish? Get something that's going to help the public. Stop lying to us. Stop breaking the law on a daily basis. I got FOIs that I'm waiting on from your office in September the 21st. What are you afraid of in telling us the truth? That's what a Christian man does, like I'm doing right now, sir. And I'll be doing 110 times, 11, 12. I ain't going away. Not as long as this stench of racism is in this room every time I got to come in. I'm unhappy.
Thank you. Have a blessed day, Mr. Scrable. Mr. Daniel Bryant. You signed a citizens communications card. All right, well, I'll take a personal privilege and I'll add that to that. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you'll start the grouped items.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
It may save us a little time. When you get to, in the consent agenda, we've got almost everything, I mean, in the grouped items, almost everything in grouped items is dealing with our code. Was 18 held separate for a particular reason, or?
I asked to have it
Correct,
separate.
Okay, all right, that's all I just want to clarify. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you'll please read the grouped items.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-25, and Article 6, Division 1, Section 8474B of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances of 1988 to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2018 Arkansas Fuel Gas Code and the 2018 revisions, and for the purposes, an ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-24, and Article 5, Division 1, Section 8474A1 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances of 1988 to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2018 Arkansas Plumbing Code and 2018 revisions, and for other purposes. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-28, and Article 3, Division 3, Section 8-172 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances of 1988 to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2020 National Electrical Code, and for other purposes. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-26, and Article 5, Article 6, I'm sorry, I get confused by these Roman numerals. Article 6, Division 1, Section 8-474C of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances of 1988 to provide for the adoptions by reference of the 2021 International Mechanical Code and the 2021 revisions, and for other purposes. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-211 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances of 1988 to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2021 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, and for other purposes. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-210 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances of 1988 to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code, and for other purposes. First reading.
We suspend the rules and place on second reading.
Second.
There's a motion second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, second reading.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-25, and Article 5, Division 1, Section 8-474B of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2018 Arkansas Fuel Gas Code and 2018 revisions. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-24, and Article 5, Division 1, Section 8474A1 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2018 Arkansas Plumbing Code and the 2018 revisions. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-28, and Article 3, Division 3, Section 8172 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2020 National Electrical Code. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-26, and Article 5, Division 1, Section 8-474C of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2021 International Mechanical Code and the 2021 revisions. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-211 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2021 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-210 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code. Second reading.
We suspend the rules and place on third and final reading.
Second.
There's a motion second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, third reading.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-25, and Article 5, Division 1, Section 8-474B of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2018 Arkansas Fuel Code and 2018 revisions. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-24, and Article 5, Division 1, Section 8-474A1 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2018 Arkansas Plumbing Code and 2018 revisions. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-28, and Article 3, Division 3, Section 8-172 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2020 National Electrical Code. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-26, and Article 5, Division 1, Section 8-474C of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2021 International Mechanical Code and the 2021 revisions. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-211 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2021 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code. An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-210 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for the adoption by reference of the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code, third and final reading.
We've now had three readings. Are there any discussion, any questions? Any discussion, any questions? Any discussion, any questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. We're now moving to our separate items. Madam Clerk, I'm going to move item number 19 up before item number 18. That being said, if you would, please read the item.
An ordinance to approve a plan zoning development, establish a planned commercial development titled The Middle PCD, located at the southeast corner of Cantrell Road and North Rodney Parham Road, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for the purposes, first reading.
Move to suspend the rules and place on second reading.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, second reading.
An ordinance to approve a plan zoning development, establish a planned commercial development titled The Middle PCD, located at the southeast corner of Cantrell Road and North Rodney Parham Road, second reading.
Move to suspend the rules and place on third and final reading.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Third reading.
An ordinance to approve a plan zoning development, establish a planned commercial development titled The Middle PCD, located at the southeast corner of Cantrell Road and North Rodney Parham Road, third and final reading.
We've now had three readings. Director Peck, are you fine with me going with the residents first, or would you like to go first?
Yes, I was just going to invite some people in the overflow area to come in that are here for this.
Yes, if staff or team members, Terrence, if you could check and see if they can come in. Mr. Joe White. Mr. Joe White.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the board, we've got several people here on the item to speak for. We have a presentation for you, and I think we'd like, if possible, to let Lucas Hargraves lead us off.
Are you giving your time to Mr. Hargraves? Just say yes.
Well, I'm really here to answer questions. So if there are questions on the engineering side of things, I can, thank you, I can respond to those. But yes, I'll pass off to Lucas Hargraves.
Thank you. Mr. Hargraves? I'm just trying to keep it in order, Mr. White. Keep everything fair.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. Lucas Hargraves on behalf of the applicant, Colliers International. First, I want to introduce the team, the development team from Colliers. Bill Pendergast, Bradford Gaines, and Isaac Smith are with us this evening. I want to note that all of the people involved in this project, investors, developers, are Arkansans, local folks. Joe White and Brian Dale from our engineering team, and Randy Tolbert on behalf of Ernie Peters and Associates, who conducted a traffic study. I'll endeavor to keep this brief. I know that everyone has heard a lot about this project, but there are a few things that I want to point out, and of course want to hear from the neighbors also. This project has certainly generated a lot of attention, and that's as it should be. This is an important infill development site, perhaps the best site in Little Rock. I think the project that we bring before you tonight meets that high bar, and we're excited about it. I want to begin by thanking Director Peck. We appreciate the dialogue that we have had with you, Director Peck. Understand your concerns about the project. Appreciate you serving as a conduit between us and the neighbors. And want you to know that if we're successful in gaining approval this evening, we will continue that proactive outreach with all stakeholders. One thing I do want to note that's in your packet and I believe was emailed to you is the written support of Pleasant Valley Property Owners Association. Of course, that neighborhood is the most affected by this proposed development, the closest in proximity. Of course, that was as a result of a negotiation. We made many concessions. Those are outlined in our letter to staff. We've restricted 33 uses. We've pared back the signage, fewer hours, etc. One thing that I know comes up with this project is concerns over traffic, which is understandable. No people are frustrated about Highway 10, particularly west of the 430 interchange and all the construction that we've seen in recent years. This project currently, this land currently is zoned O2. It would accommodate a very large office complex, could park as many as 900 cars. Those are trips that would be on both Rodney Parham and Highway 10 at peak hours in the morning and evening, and I think be much more disruptive to the neighborhoods than what we're proposing, which is a mixed-use development, which distributes traffic more evenly throughout the day. Again, we do have a traffic study, and I'm going to reserve a couple of minutes toward the end for Bradford and Randy Tolbert to come up and speak about that. But one thing I do want to note that the Department of Transportation informed us, and that is once the 430 interchange is completed, 70 to 80% of the traffic along Highway 10 will go over the flyover. And you can think about that kind of like the end of 630 at Shackelford, where it, of course, abruptly stopped previously, and the flyover now, is where most people travel, and the impact to Shackelford has been basically, eliminated. Access to this property via Systematics Drive has been raised. We're happy to report to you that we've come to an agreement with the buyers of the property directly to the south for cross-access easement. And I know that we've been in touch with the planning department staff, and I believe, and I don't want to speak for the staff, but no building permit will be issued on this property, on the proposed middle, until after that is formalized in writing. So I just want to assure you of that. I want to clear up a little bit of misinformation. I've seen in writing people refer to this as a rezoning to C3. That is not the case. It's a planned commercial development. Through our collaboration with staff, that was their recommendation. Of course, it gives the city much more control over the development, over the property than straight zoning. So this, again, is not C3. And then in addition to the PCD, we have restricted all those uses. I've seen concerns about some of the emptiness in commercial property on Cantrell, particularly back to the east toward downtown. We share those concerns. But it is our position that whether this is approved or denied, that is not going to solve that issue. That is a different issue that I do believe as a citizen of Little Rock needs to be addressed. I want to mention something else that we're willing to go on record about this evening, and that has to do with the proposed restaurants on the north side of the property. Those are shown to have drive-throughs. Drive-throughs in today's age are very important in the post-pandemic world. Many establishments all over town, non-fast food establishments have drive-throughs. Think US Pizza, Heights Taco and Tamale. So it is important for the types of businesses that we have been in touch with, that have approached us about locating in this area of town to have a drive-through. We are not marketing this to fast food restaurants that derive the majority of their revenue from the drive-through. Cafes, fast serve restaurants with drive-through access, yes. Fast food restaurants that depend on those drive-throughs, that's not what we're doing. Those will not be in this development. I do want to call forward Bradford Gaines at this point, and I want to speak. We want to speak very quickly to the quality of the development and the team that we've engaged to help us lay out a concept that I don't think that you've seen anywhere in Central Arkansas, if not the state of Arkansas.
Thank you, Lucas. Yeah, I'm Bradford Gaines with Colliers, developing the project. Wanted to just say thank you for all the feedback and help throughout this process. We're really excited about the middle. We think it's a proper infill mixed-use development that serves a need for this city and really allows us to gain new customers to the city, both out of state and within the state, but people that may not be, or users that may not be in Central Arkansas. I'll keep this very brief, but we engaged Design Workshop out of Aspen to do the overall master planning and development for the project. Some of their projects, successful projects they've completed are the Domain in Austin, Texas, Riverfront Park in Denver, Sun Valley in Idaho, and the Little Nell in Aspen. So this is a very cutting-edge, high-end design team we've engaged to put together a beautiful project for the town. We also, as Lucas talked about, we hosted an open neighborhood forum. We wanted to get feedback from the neighbors, and we felt like we've addressed a lot of the issues and gained support from Pleasant Valley. You can see in your packet kind of their letter of support and our letter basically pledging to them, we're going to stand behind what we say and put together a very nice project. The traffic study as well, we engaged Randy Tolbert with Peters and Associates to put together a very detailed analysis per staff's recommendation, and I'll turn it over to Randy for him to explain.
Well, Bradford, just in the essence of fairness, I wanted to allow you all to have a few minutes to start the presentation. Okay. We're going to transition to those that are against and then come back.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Marion Gavin.
Mr. Mayor, wait a person. And Marion, if you'll allow me, could I make a few comments before?
Yes, ma'am.
Appropriate. Just for background, because this is so confusing and I have been smack dab in the middle of it. And I think there's a lesson here for everybody to learn from. I first found out about the middle on September the 14th, and that is when Diane Eberly, who's the community manager for Pleasant Valley POA, sent me an email. It was actually in response to an article in the Democrat Gazette the day before about the proposed Bale Chevrolet dealership. It wasn't about the middle. But then as she started digging around and saying, we definitely oppose Bale, what are we going to do? Do we need to start a petition, et cetera? That project had been approved by the Planning Commission and got staff approval 5 days before that article. I didn't know anything about it. I don't think anybody in Pleasant Valley knew about it. At that time, Diane asked for information about the middle. She called planning to try to get some details. They said they didn't have any details at that time. So I called Director Collins. He sent me the packet, and he told me at that time that it had been approved without the traffic impact study since they didn't have a study to review, which I found very problematic. So on October the 11th, Diane sent me another email, and she told me that the Pleasant Valley POA met the night before and that they had voted to oppose the Bale project, which is across the street from the middle. And the board then stated that they were opposed to any type of approval or vote on the middle until proper traffic studies were performed after the construction was completed on North Rodney Perriman Cantrell. So lots of confusion. Everybody was getting confused. I started getting literally dozens and dozens of emails, and I'm sorry to my colleagues on the board, I think I sent you about 300. Fast forward to a meeting in early October, and Marion will address this, but several HOAs and POAs up and down this Highway 10 corridor met at the Terry Library to discuss Vail, not the middle. Nobody knew about the middle. I happened to bring up the middle project, and I said, I don't know a lot about it. It's been approved. There wasn't a traffic study, basically described where it was. This was before I had my first meeting with Colliers. So at that point in time, they were thinking, well, do we need to dig in and learn about the middle? Do we need to pick our battles? Vail sounds like it would be much more impactful than the middle. And as we all know, fast forward till tonight, it was deferred until I could meet with Colliers and until Colliers could address some concerns from surrounding POAs and HOAs. Here's a lesson I think we all need to learn about this. I understand that you only have to notify somebody if they're within 200 feet of a project. I think that's absurd. I think when there's something this impactful in any part of town, it's very easy to reach out to all the HOA and POAs. You can get the addresses from the city and let them know so we can avoid things like this. It's bad for Colliers, it's bad for the neighborhoods, it drags things on, and it seems like more and more at the board level, we are looking at things that have been approved by staff, approved by the Planning Commission, not really any input because the neighbors didn't know about it, and this is a perfect example. So I'm encouraging developers, and I think, Bradford, I know you get it now, and like I hope we've all learned from it. So I do want to make some comments about Pleasant Valley because I read the letter, Diane sent it to me. She's unable to be here tonight. None of the officers of the board were there tonight. Pleasant Valley is a big neighborhood. It's not in a unanimous, enthusiastic representation. There are a lot of people in opposition. I've sent you all letters, and Ashley's passing out some other ones, especially people that live in West Pleasant Valley that would be much more impacted about this. You know, Bradford, when I met with you, I thought, man, this is a really good project, but I don't know if it's going to work right here because of traffic concerns. So they're going to talk about that. But I just hope we can all learn something from this process and save all of us a lot of time and headache in the future. But I did want to say that I live 1.5 miles from here, from this project. I've lived there for 43 years. I used to ride horses where the campus is now. I have an intimate understanding of this area, probably more than anybody else that lives there. So if we can address some traffic concerns and get some, are you laughing at me, Dean?
Rode horses there.
Oh, Dean rode horses there too. Well, not with me, because you're so much older. At any rate, you know, we have to have some levity from time to time, and you can always count on me for that. Bottom line is, let's hear from Marion now. I just want you all to know how contentious this has been. I do love this development. I don't love it here. I won't be able to vote to support it. I know that some of my colleagues who had thought they would support it now aren't. So who knows what's going to happen. At any rate, if it passes, best of luck. I'm your neighbor. If it doesn't, we'll move on. Thank you.
No, ma'am. As far as the asking the questions of the board.
Good evening. My name is Marion Gavin, and I am the president of the Walton Heights Homeowners Association. I'm also representing, as Cappy alluded to, other West Little Rock HOAs, including River Ridge, Robinwood, Foxcroft, Echo Valley, and Piedmont. She did discuss what happened in this meeting in a couple of months ago, so I'm not to go back into that. But I would like everyone who is here to oppose this as written to please stand up. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'd like to start by saying we are not opposed to developing this parcel of land. What we oppose is the traffic and therefore the unsafe consequences that we believe will occur with 3 drive-throughs and a hotel along with 6 other buildings in this 11-acre spot. Essentially, we have very deep concerns about the timing and speculative nature of the traffic study that was submitted. Number one, not only were they conducted right after that section of Cantrell reopened on North Rodney Parham to River Mountain, the tunnel underneath the flyover, but also North Rodney Parham is under construction and still is. Therefore, drivers have been avoiding these streets because of these closings and of the confusion. I'm sure I'm not the only one in my neighborhood who has made some tourist trips across the river to Maumelle by mistake. So it's very confusing. We're just now starting to get a handle on it, and we are the ones who live there and have to go through it every day. Number two, the reason that we oppose it is that no study was conducted during the drop-off and pick-up for Christ the King School. There's an entire lane on North Rodney Parham taken by cars to drop off and pick up their children at those times. They did not do a traffic study during that time. I work at FIS. I've been there for 30 years now. There are 4 buildings at FIS and a lodge. They are selling buildings 1, 2, and 3 in the lodge. Of course, since the pandemic, there's been very few FIS employees there. But when this sale goes through, that will be 18 floors of people on that campus and the lodge that has not been counted at all. Fourth, I'd like to say that this is now Walton Heights' new exit and entry that has been moved to be underneath the tunnel. All traffic from our 475 homes in Walton Heights must use this tunnel to access anyone going north or south on I-430 or east on Cantrell. If they want to go west, they can turn right before they get to the tunnel. They don't have to go through the tunnel. But otherwise, if they want to go anywhere else, they have to go under that tunnel, which is at the corner of where this proposed buildings are supposed to be. Lastly, there is an official bike corridor connecting North Rodney Parham to 2 Rivers going underneath this tunnel. It's a bike corridor, but it includes cyclists and runners and walkers. So essentially, this development would be putting children, cyclists, runners, and automobiles in danger because of the traffic. And then there is the elephant in the room. 87 million taxpayer dollars was appropriated to alleviate the traffic there. And it's not even finished. They're still working further down Cantrell. They're still working on North Rodney Parham. And you're looking at negating a large portion of that money by squeezing a high traffic development at a critical intersection. I want to reiterate that we are not opposing all development. And what we respectfully ask of this board is that you postpone approval, not deny it, but postpone it until a detailed and complete traffic study, including North Rodney Parham, is done to ensure the safety of our neighbors. The 2 speakers following me will talk more in detail regarding the traffic and schools around North Rodney Parham, and I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Marion Gavin. We'll have Pete Marvin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Appreciate your time tonight. Marion said a lot of the things I wanted to talk about traffic. Traffic is my assignment, and I hope to talk to you tonight about why this project is going to produce, very likely produce, a disastrous stifling of traffic along this corridor. But a picture's worth 1,000 words. I don't want to just say that and guess it. I'm going to refer to some Google Maps. I'm going to refer to some pages from the traffic study, the traffic project projection that was made. I believe Ms. Peck has passed out this slide packet, and I would walk you through it with me if you don't mind. I'll be quick. Slide 1 gives you kind of an overall view. This 2 is from Google Maps. You can see that Cantrell Road is at the top right. The Pleasant Forest Drive at bottom left is about where the Montessori School is. To the upper left of this slide, you see some of the existing establishments. To the lower right is the Windstream and the Systematics Drive area. And between Systematics Drive and Cantrell Road is where this project will lie. I'll have more on that in just a minute. So that gives you kind of an overhead view. It also, I call your attention to several entrances there. Look at the blue arrow labeled Drive A. This is a planned cut in the curb to service, one of two, to service this large project. Systematic Drive's there, it exists now, and it's the only light which is there. It's the only traffic signal that will control traffic, and none are planned, and I'm of the understanding that the traffic engineers do not allow additional signals to be placed in such proximity. So we'll have one light at Systematics Drive. The other two will be not traffic controlled. Please turn the page to slide 2 for a more pictorial view of the same area, but now looking east from west of Rodney Parham. If you will, bear with me. Across the top from left to right is the Rodney Parham section in question. To the left, and this is Google Maps, so of course it's always a little behind, the intersection with Cantrell and Rodney Parham that Marion spoke to. It does not show the construction. Of course, this picture was taken before the construction began. It's now sort of managed chaos there. As you go from left to right down Rodney Parham Road, you're going south, and you'll see towards you at the bottom of the picture, you see some of the existing businesses that are already there, and the traffic is spilling out onto this section of Rodney Parham Road. I remind you that I think often forgotten is there already people coming and going. So this project will layer on additional traffic stress into the same stretch. Turn back for a minute. I forgot to show you that the Google Maps also will allow you a scale setting, and I've shown you that hatched line there that shows you the scale. And basically, in the last 1,000 feet of North Rodney Parham is where all this action will take place. Again, you'll see the two entrances, the one with the blue arrow, which will be cut. You see it, it's just above in your picture. You'll also see the one next to it, which is Anderson Drive. Those will be the two that are mentioned as the entry-exit routes to the open field you see above it, which will be the site of the development. Then you see Systematics Drive is just opposite Christ the King. That's where the light is, and the only light will be. Okay? Off the map to your right, off this picture to your right, is a really torn up stretch, if you've ever driven it, it's like going over a washboard, of Rodney Parham Road. It's under construction. You've seen it on Channel 7, and the concern of some of the residents there that they're building walls, they're having to pull up utilities. It's estimated that after that widening is done and all that construction is over, there'll be something like a 20 to 22% increase in traffic. Basically, that this stretch is becoming arterialized, y'all. This is not, where you ride your horses anymore. It is busy, it's getting busier, and it was not measured. I will underscore in a minute what Marion said. This traffic projection didn't occur when the traffic was at its real baseline. It was done when traffic from the south, off the map to your right, was impaired by a washboard street, and the traffic to your left was dissuaded drivers from going into it for all the reasons construction does. I know I wanted to go a different way. I had to find some different ways into and out of my neighborhood in Walton Heights, and I know others did as well. I don't want to take too much of your time. Please turn to slide 3. That really gives you, and by the way, slide 3 and subsequent slides are all from this traffic projection that you've heard about, dated the 29th of September. So basically what was described is standing in these areas. Drive A is projected. Anderson Drive and Systematic Drive, the ones we've been talking about. And counting cars. And as Marion said, the cars weren't counted in the times when the schools were active. The cars were counted not at a time when the construction of the $87 million traffic mitigation effort by DOT was being constructed, or destructed at least at times. It was done at a time when it would be expected to undercount the baseline traffic in this region. Now, why it had to be done at the last minute, as Ms. Peck pointed out, it was not done when it was supposed to be done and shown to the planning committee, and it was done afterwards. It calls into question the validity of the conclusions, but more about that in a second. I wanted you to see those two and to tell you, as you look at that, there are no controlling signals on Anderson Drive or Drive A. Imagine you're exiting, you've been to the bank, been to your doctor in one of those buildings I'm going to describe in a minute, and you're pulling out and you're having to get back on 430. You're going to pull out there, say on Drive A. You'll want to turn, maybe you want to turn left and go south on Rodney Parham back to PV. You're going to have to cross traffic. There's no light. There's a turn lane in the middle. I don't know how well that's pictured, but there's a turn lane in the middle. There will be bike paths on both sides. And there, across the street, you see all those other existing businesses that will also be adding to that congestion. This is a terrible thing. I can visualize somebody pulling out in that entry lane and being nose to nose with somebody wanting to turn right, and the honking goes on and on. This is a potential stifling mess. But turn to slide 4, if you will. This is simply, again, this is from the traffic projection, and it's a diagram of the projected area. And it shows you this L-shaped development. I hope you can see upper left, there's Rodney Parham Road running alongside it. At the top right is Highway 10. Bottom left is Systematics Drive. It would seem that the two entrances between Systematics Drive and Cantrell, entry exits, are going to be the primary entry exits, although I'm quite sure desperate people will be driving over to the right and around the bottom of the L and trying to get out at the light on Systematics Drive. Glad to hear, I just heard tonight that the folks that work there may not care very much. Well, it's still going to be pretty crowded for them. Turn, if you will, to slide 5, and this one just knocked me over. This is from the traffic projection dated September 29th. It's been updated. I'll give you the updates in a second. And what this is the assumed, as you see, the assumed land use as of September of this year, a couple of months ago. And you see, well, I'll let you read it yourself. You see the square footage, some of the businesses that are there are going to be there. But I call your attention to the far right, and this is from, I understand this is from traffic engineering literature, and it's projections that can be made based on the type of business and the number of entry exits that are expected from this type of business, adjusted for size, in a period of time. And in fact, this is a 24-hour, two-way weekday volume. As you see there, I didn't make this up. This is right out of their traffic projection. You see the numbers, but the total is what blew me away. 4,900 in and out car movements are going to happen each weekday, Monday through Friday, by their own projections, based on what they plan to put there. Now, what they plan to put there may change. You've already heard that. In fact, there are some updates in early October that came to our attention that number has now been updated to 5,100, a little more than 5,100. Now, just imagine, if you will, let me go back to slide 2, if you wouldn't mind.
And Mr. Marv, I do want to make sure we're keeping fair on the time and I know you have another person, Jamie, as well, so just.
Almost done, if you will. Thank you for your indulgence. Imagine, if you will, exiting on those two roads, those two small entry exits, 5,100 entry exits per weekday, Monday through Friday. The conclusion of the study then has to be called into question, and that conclusion, and I quote, Quote, additional traffic expected to be generated by the development can be accommodated by the existing adjacent roadways and study intersections with minimal impact on traffic operations, unquote. Y'all, that defies credulity. It boggles the mind to think of how that can occur, 5,100 in and out, maybe half and half, every day. Ladies and gentlemen, as Marion said, we know we can't stop progress. We don't want to stop progress. But this is a traffic nightmare. And once it's there, it's done. We live there. We take our kids to school and pick them up. We go to and from work. We ride our bikes. We walk. This is slated to become a stifling, strangulating effect on what is already a growing arterial link between Henson Road and Cantrell. And the asphalt's not even dry on the $87 million project that the taxpayer paid for. The lines aren't in, y'all. The signage is temporary. We don't know what the traffic's gonna be. So I emphasize, not against progress. Something will go there, but a legitimate independent traffic study needs to be done. This is a rush job. We didn't know about it. Nobody knew about it. You see the people here dressed in red. We came to know this, as was said, a couple of months ago. Met, we were gassed, found out a little bit more. And we're here to ask you. We live there. Please don't diminish the quality of life in our neighborhoods. Just wait a while. Let things settle. Let the lines dry on the new construction. Let Rodney Parham go to 3 lanes. Let's see what the traffic is then. Let's see what it is. And let's have an independent study. This was done for the developers, with all due respect. What I didn't mention is schools, and I'm going to get off the podium. I'm sure you'll be glad about that. Jamie Norton from one of the other POAs is going to speak. She's done some research in that area. May I bring Jamie up?
Jamie's next, but you'll be transitioning.
Thank you for listening, everyone.
Thank you.
Mayor, can we follow our standard process of limiting conversation on an item to 30 minutes? Otherwise, we're going to spend a tremendous amount, and this is not being disrespectful or dismissive of what we're hearing, but just in all fairness to other people who come before us, limiting the conversation on this particular item to 30 minutes. I think that's a policy or a protocol that we've used since I've been on this board.
You consider that to be a motion?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second? There's no second heard.
Second.
Okay.
I'll second it.
There's a second from Director Wright to limit the debate. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Nays have it. Jamie, Ms. Norton.
Hi there. Thank you all for serving our city. I wanted to start with that. I really appreciate it. Appreciate what you do. So my name is Jamie Norton, and I represent the Robinwood neighborhood. The map that I presented here and that's in your packet is of the area that we're talking about tonight for rezoning. So I want to start with just 2 questions for you to think about. Would you agree that schools are an essential part of our community? Would you agree that safe schools are part of deciding where to live? So there are 5 schools within a mile, less than a mile, of this site being considered for rezoning. These schools do not use buses. Instead, individuals drop off and pick up children 5 days a week. I noticed that the updated traffic study did not include, as mentioned before, those times of drop-off. Actually, drop-off was included. The pickup times were not included. The hours they studied were 7 to 9 a.m., 12 to 1, and 4 to 6 p.m. This traffic study, the updated version, which Pete alluded to, did include approximately 5,169 additional vehicles daily on Rodney Parham near these schools with the proposed development. Now, that's with the conditions that he has explained. So I imagine that 5,000 is an underestimate. 1,198 of those vehicles are estimated in that study to be for drive-through restaurants. So what I'm asking is that for the safety of our children and their families, I'm asking the board to vote no to rezone this part of the city. We are not, in Robin Hood, are not against development, smart development, but we are against rezoning a property that has a lot of opportunity for development currently. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We've now heard all of those that are against. We've already heard from those that are for. Mr. Isaac Smith, would you, I know you're still here, you want to give the final comment on the for? 'Cause
I'm sorry to interrupt. There was a fourth person that signed a card.
what name? Because I'm looking at them.
Oh, Suzanne Hamilton.
Yeah, they didn't turn the card.
Okay.
Isaac Smith, this will be the final.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board of Directors. I might give a little bit of time to Randy with our traffic engineer, if that's okay, since traffic's been such a...
Sure, you'll give Randy your time, and then we'll conclude and go to the board members.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Randy Tolbert with Peters and Associates, and I appreciate y'all's time tonight. And let me just start by saying we did do a detailed traffic study per city guidelines, and with the input from the city, and they required us to include the 3 hours that were studied during the AM, during the noon, and during the PM. Those are the times that the site will have the most volume coming to and from it. The school peak hour was not required by the city nor requested by the city. So that's the reason that hour was not included in the study. And again, we put the whole scope together with city staff and made sure we included everything in the study that they requested. We did the counts, and per discussions with the city, we added a very aggressive 10-year compounded growth rate of 3% per year to the background traffic to account for any changes to Rodney Parham and/or the people coming back to offices and working from an office instead of home. So I think we aggressively looked at the more traffic than what was there before we added the site-generated traffic to the study intersections. And we compared those 10-year projected conditions to the existing traffic conditions at the 3 study intersections. And it's critical that the connection to systematics be made, or the traffic conditions likely wouldn't work. But with that connection, we did find that there was not a lot of changes to the capacity and level of service at each of those intersections, as you can see in the traffic study. We did noon counts before and after the signals were in operation at the Rodney Parham underpass, and we didn't see a lot of difference in those. I reviewed those with city staff, and they agreed. And so I think, I was happy with our traffic count and the extreme projections we did with the extensive background growth. Per Institute of Transportation Engineers, we calculated the site-generated traffic per the site plan, and that's what comes up with the calculated site-generated traffic volumes. We added those to the 3 study intersections, and that's some of the graphics that they were showing y'all at Systematics, Anderson, and Drive A. And although the capacity and level of service operates at level service D as in dog or better, that's kind of like a school grade. A through D is acceptable, E's and F, we start getting questions. We don't have any E's or F's in the analysis. But again, this is at the corner of a principal arterial and a minor arterial. And the minor arterial can hold up to, adequately have 18,000 vehicles a day. Currently, it has 11,000 on Rodney Parham. we're adding say 5,160, we'll round it to 2,600. Half of that would go south and half to the north. Half of, and so half of that's entering, half's exiting, so about 1,300 east northbound and 1,300 southbound, added to the 11,000. So we're still well under that 18,000, which would put us about, 13,600. So there's plenty of room for even more growth on these roadways the way they've been constructed. So, and we did conclude that there's not a major impact on the study intersections that we included. And so that was our conclusion of the report. And if I can, let me see. There's also a connection as a part of the study to the area bike trails, which all goes down to Two Rivers Park. So we could even have more bike traffic. We assumed all vehicular traffic coming and going just to look at worst case condition. But again, this was a detailed traffic study per city guidelines and with the scope being put together with myself and city staff.
Thank you so much. We'll now transition to members of the board. Director Campiris.
Don't run off. Start asking, and then I've got some for Mr. Hargraves too. Can you comment on Dr. Marvin's objections that the study was not done, was done prematurely, and that if 6 months or a year from now, it would be a different study?
That was the reason for the 3% compounded growth is very high. It's higher than, I think, any study that Peters and Associates has done in years in the city of Little Rock. That's what we would include in undeveloped areas of Bentonville or something, but we did want to account for any changes, and that was with the city staff. We agreed on that being a good number because it is such an aggressive background growth to the existing volumes that were there. And I'm very familiar with this area. I've been around it for 25 years now, so I am familiar with the area as well as the whole team. So,
Did you sit down and go over this with Dr. Marvin?
I'd be happy to.
No, did you?
We did not personally go over. We didn't personally go over. We did have a meeting with the.
I can answer that.
Okay.
We actually did. Mr. Marvin was at the meeting where all of us answered questions.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure he had the opportunity to have heard this from y'all.
And we had some good discussions together.
Okay.
Well, I thought they were good.
I've never talked to you in my life.
Well,
I went to a
from the-
presentation.
All right, order.
No, he was at the meeting. I did a small presentation at the meeting. And
I'd also like to add, there was also a question, could we have an access point on Cantrell, on Highway 10, right out only to help alleviate some of the traffic? We said we would do that as part of our forum. We reached out to RDOT and they said they would not accept that. So we've been more than agreeable to try to work through, any idea that's out there. But, according to Randy's study, we feel confident with the.
especially, we
enhanced
have to have
protection.
that signalized intersection system. We have to have the connection to the signalized intersection to make it work. And to me, it's been confirmed that connection can be made now.
Okay. And Mr. Hargraves, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes, sir.
I believe in your comments, you offered several items for the record as far as the type of restaurants that would go in. And I'd asked the planning director, Jamie Collins, before, if that restaurant, the initial restaurant goes out, does that pertain to the next restaurant and the next restaurant and the next restaurant, those same limitations?
So, yeah. I mean, let me just say, Director Campiris, I mean, it's a planned development. It's a planned PCD, which gives the staff in the city a lot of control over the development. We have restricted the uses significantly, and that would apply not only to the current owners, but anyone in the future.
Our plan is to file restrictive covenants that run with the land, so that would be in perpetuity.
Okay. So Tom, can go into the record, is that correct?
If it's a running with the land. It will be on the property records.
And then, can you go over again the agreement with the land south, how that would work and what happens? Not who, what, but that there is.
Well, what I can say, Director Campuris, is that Colliers represents the buyers in both properties. There is a firm commitment to allow for cross-access on Systematics, which we've noted from Randy's traffic study makes the entire project work.
That was my last part.
What's that?
That if you don't have that, his study doesn't work. Or
I
doesn't.
think that's accurate. Yeah. And we've got that. And again, and I would, staff could weigh in here, but we've been told that no building permit on this site will be issued until that's been formalized. And that's set to close mid-month.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Campuris. Vice Mayor Hines.
Thank you. I'll just make some statements here. Us as elected leaders, we face difficult situations when it comes to issues like this, such as planning and zoning. And this calls to mind one, again, where I shared a boundary with Ward 4 back in the day at a certain Murphy USA on Highway 10 further west. I can tell you that I had some of my constituents happy and some upset when that was done. I supported it. We passed it. An intersection that had been problematic turned out as I thought, and the planners and the developers told us would improve with the development, not deter it. Having been involved in the Highway 10, this $87 million that was spent by RDOT, I went to every neighborhood meeting in that process over the 3 years of the planning. RDOT does not spend $87 million to fix a problem temporarily. Their time horizons are 25 and 30 years into the future. Our improvements to Rodney Parham Road, expanding it, should have been done 30 years ago. But again, we had some neighbors that were opposed to expansion of that roadway. Now we're finally doing it some almost 40 years later. All of the things we're doing are only going to improve and create capacity for future development. It's my belief, and that based on the data, based on the improvements that RDOT's making, based on the improvements that the city's making, I travel this corridor 4 to 5 times a week. I can already tell an improvement on the east-west trajectory. I've got friends that live in Walton Heights. I've got friends that live there, and I'm going to have some mad at me on my vote tonight. But I think in the long run, when it's all said and done, this is the kind of development that makes West Little Rock walkable. And we've only heard from the opposition the bad things. What about the good things, the connectivity with the bike trail that I'm seeing here? A rally point for people that want to use Two Rivers Park that right now would be so much safer than going down to that park and getting your car broken into. When you can have it where people are, when there's activities, you can have restaurants, places to get a cup of coffee after you ride your bike, after you walk, after you hike, after you do all those things that create what we want, which is walkable communities. And we've heard from a bunch of the neighbors that live close by this, that they're looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to it as a resident of West Little Rock to be able to have a good piece of infill development like this. The alternative is what was already zoned here is institutional. You could potentially have several thousand people, ingress, egress at the times that school's letting in and letting out, that would be much more impactful and harmful, in my opinion, than this development was. This development is mixed use. It attracts the customers that are already in the area, that are already using it, the neighborhoods, the businesses, and I think it will be a good development for the city. And, unfortunately, I disagree with some of the folks who are in opposition, but I'm going to be supporting this application.
Director Wyrick, and I believe
Thank you,
that's
Mayor.
it before the vote.
The traffic engineer, if he could, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Actually, I didn't hear it quite well enough, so I had a couple of questions. I'm sort of a novice at looking at traffic studies, but this slide 3 that they presented to us, is that your? Okay. Okay. That's the one I wanted to ask about. Slide 3? Yeah, yes, sir. Okay. Okay. So if I'm looking at this slide 3 in your study, the lower left-hand corner, which looks like it's systematics, it looks like there's 622 cars that are traveling, I guess that's north. And does that mean 120 of those 622 are traveling west? Or do you combine the 120 and the 622 to make 840 or 742 traveling north on Rodney Parham?
No, so what that is that you're seeing, and it's cut off, so I can't see the bottom number.
I know, that last number, I can't see it.
The approach to that would be 120 left turns.
Okay.
Turning left there, 622 throughs, and whatever that other number is would be the right turns at that intersection.
There's a total there I can't see right now.
There is, I could get that
Okay.
for you if you'd like.
Okay, that's okay. I'm just trying to understand what it is I'm looking at. Okay, and so you drop off 120 to the west, and then you drop off whatever that number is to the east, and then you travel along, you go 622, and then apparently you drop some of that 622 off, and then you travel on down, and 618 are going toward the New Cantrell Road.
That's correct, and then plus the
Okay,
20 right.
so the time frame of this study was when? Is this a total 24-hour day?
No, this is a peak hour only. Let me tell you which peak hour it
Okay,
is.
what would
It's
the
cut
peak
off.
hour be?
This is the AM peak hour. And if I remember right, the peak hour,
AM?
AM, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And so
8
we count
a.m.
from 7 o'clock AM to 9 o'clock AM, and we take the 4 consecutive 15-minute intervals that are that peak time. And I believe this was 7:15 to 8:15. But I can confirm that real quick.
Okay. I was just looking for, I knew it couldn't be a total day, so it had to be sometime during the day, so I was trying to understand. Because everybody's talking about, and I agree with it, you captured
7:15 to 8.
the morning time travel for the school, but you didn't capture the after-school travel time. And I know you said the city agreed with that. Shame on us for not recognizing that we had schools there, and we needed to know what that travel is after 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
So,
However, can I add to your statement, or do you want to finish?
no, go ahead. You can
You know,
interrupt.
the hours that we studied, we determined with the city staff, those are the hours that we're affecting the on-street traffic the most. During that school hour, that's not a big generator of what the uses are in this site. The entering and exiting associated with the proposed uses are going to peak in the AM and PM the most, but we went ahead and added the noon because we have restaurant uses.
Okay, so you're saying your restaurant doesn't open until, or your businesses don't open till 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
No, that's why we studied the AM, because they'll serve breakfast, noon, lunch,
I'm
PM.
suggesting that between 1 and 4, you missed a lot of traffic that was through there. And I expect from the uses that you're talking about putting in there, you're going to have the 1 to 4 timeframe that's in there, so.
I mean, they're going to generate throughout the day. They just peak at the times that the hours that we study. But those types of uses have constant traffic coming in and out of them. And that's included in that 24-hour count. But we specifically looked at the impact of the worst-case conditions that this site will add to.
Yeah, well, we're missing 1 to 4, is what I'm saying. The other thing I wanted to ask was, on slide number 5, and you may have the package there. Slide number 5, it's got 24-hour two-way weekday volume, and it's got 4,904 volumes on there. I guess it's car volume. What time of day is that?
That's a 24-hour volume, and that's actually not the most up-to-date as they
Well, I heard
said.
someone say 5,100.
5100 is the up-to-date one. So this
So-
slide's a little older than the up-to-date study, but, so half of that is entering traffic and half is exiting in 24 hours. That occurs not during an hour, that's for
Okay.
midnight to midnight.
So you're saying that we're going to open this business up. I'm trying to put the numbers together here, and I'm not an expert at this, so that's why I'm asking questions. You're saying that we're going to open up this road or this development on Rodney Parham with the level D traffic?
Which is acceptable.
It may be acceptable, but it's not good for people. I mean, we'll accept anything. We've accepted a lot on Highway 10.
Well, the delays are on the
traffic.
site side. We're not delaying the Rodney Parham approaches anywhere along there. The Ds that you're talking about are going to be on the side streets, which isn't abnormal on a minor arterial.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm saying level D. We're going to get aggravated with level D and opening up this new area with the level D on Rodney Parham. So I think that, I do believe your study is flawed by not having that, particularly the 1 to 3. I don't know about the 9 to 12. That may not be as important as the 1 to 3 traffic study that goes through there. So I think that is flawed, and it's concerning to me. If you're saying level D now, then who knows what the traffic's going to be like during school pickup in the afternoon. So that's all the questions I had for you, but I did have a question.
Some of those Ds you're looking at are either already D or just went from a C to a D, which is just a little bit more delay. It's not a lot of delay that we're adding, especially on unsignalized intersections.
Yeah, well, as impatient as our drivers are today, honking and driving around, level D is not going to make them happy. I have a question in regards to the covenants that you all offered. Apparently, this was something that you all agreed with. I know Pleasant Valley was involved in this, and they seem to be happy with leaving these items out. But Mr. Hargrave made a mention about hours of work.
Yes.
That there were some restrictions or changes of hours of work, and I didn't see this in the document. Is there a document that states when the hours of work are going to be at this new development? Because that needs to be put into the record. And if maybe I just kind of flipped through and didn't see it, but
Those were included with the PCD application. to
With the
Planning
application.
Commission. That's correct.
okay. All right. Well, I just want to make sure that for the record, those hours are in there because it's going to be important to us at a later date. I have a question for Mr. Collins, if he's here.
He's in the overflow.
He left?
He's in the overflow.
He's in overflow, okay. I would like to see this development in Ward 7. I think it's a beautiful development, but Mr. Collins, I just want to make sure that they've indicated that these restrictions that are in their package will be written into the record and that they will be followed as what they can do with the PCD?
Yes, the covenants, what was talked about with the developer is that and they mentioned it in the reading here, is those restrictions will go with the land as a covenants and restrictions, and before we would issue any permit, grading or building permit, that will be recorded.
This is a package from Collier. I want to know if
Yes.
what we're seeing is what you're going to have in the documents for the PCD.
Yes, they submitted it to us. It is in the file.
Is there, also, is there hours of operation that they've identified that they will follow? Because they're saying that they've identified that, and I don't see it in this package that they've given us. I've not seen it. Can you point it to me? Online? Okay, as long as we've got it.
Yeah, I'm looking through it right now.
Okay.
Page 11, Director Wyrick, but we'll show it to you online if you.
Okay.
Yes, it is on page 11. It is in the write-up, so it is of record
Okay.
in the
I just
zoning
want to
file.
make sure that it is a record. The other question that I have is, so this is a PCD, Planned Commercial Development. We've got agreements with the developer that they won't utilize these businesses that are restricted. We have hours of operation, and a PCD runs with the land for 3 years.
That is correct. They have 3 years to do the development. When they file the covenants and restrictions, that will run with the land. Regardless of the planned development, it will be filed with the land.
Today, it's office type
That's correct.
usage. So if we make it a PCD, then tomorrow it will be commercial type businesses, right?
It'll be all the businesses that is listed in the planned development, which is not just, well, it's residential and some other uses, but I believe, well, as
Will
far
it not
as,
open up the door for any C3 uses?
well, it's whatever C3 uses that they're not restricting to come in.
Okay, so that restriction still remains with the land, even though, I'm saying if they don't develop it in 3 years,
If they don't develop in 3 years, it is a cause for revocation. And how it has been handled in the past with the city is the planned development essentially is, if they have a chance to extend it with the planning commission, but then it has to come back before the board through the planning commission and to the board for any other development other than what that is, because they didn't do it within the time frame allotted.
and what will be the underlying zoning in the event that there is a revocation of a PCD? That's my real question.
It is the current zoning,
Which is
O2, yeah, office.
office. Okay. There was some, I don't really understand what happened, but there was some information regarding in the negotiations, and I've lost the document now. I don't know what I did with it. Something about that the neighbors were wanting to do some changes to it, and Colliers could not wait, but you said that the restrictions would work with this PCD. You indicated, okay, here it is. Okay, these are restrictive covenants that are planned to be filed when the purchase is complete. Legally, they cannot file the covenant without owning the land. They asked the city to add the restrictions to the city write-up. However, the city told them they would have to start over and go through planning commission again, then the city board. The option to purchase has been extended twice. They're unable to extend to go through this process from the beginning, so the city has said the restrictive covenants would work. So what is all that conversation about? Is there a conflict with the restricting covenants, or are those going to stand? And I don't know if Mr. Carpenter wants to answer that or not, but this reading and writing that I'm getting gives me pause again for the restrictive covenants.
Well, restrictive covenants, like any development, that would also include, and you see more of them in residential subdivisions, is something that the property owner, the developer, offers as restriction and covenants on there. So they are offering that. That is not and that is a private restriction that goes with the land.
Okay,
And so that's where that comes from.
okay. It's not these use restrictions that we're talking about, it's some other covenants?
It is in the covenants. They can have use restrictions in covenants and restrictions like in a, that may be above and beyond what the city may do for something. So that is, like I said, a private agreement that they file.
Has nothing to do with these restrictive uses that we've been talking about.
No, they, and as anything coming before the planning commission and the board, they can be taken under consideration any type of property is rezoned, but it does tie with the land. And our requirement of that was that it would be filed and made of record prior to any permit being issued.
So we are talking about two different things. Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I read that and I thought, I'm not sure what that really means. So, okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Director Peck?
I will be so brief. I know we're all tired, but I feel compelled to ask these two questions. First of all, it is not all Pleasant Valley that's happy. I've gotten 9 texts from residents in Pleasant Valley saying, please don't do this. But Jamie, I do have a question for you. Sorry, I should have gone with you first. How did staff and the Planning Commission approve this initially without the traffic study? Is that not required? I mean, I know they did one afterward in late September, but this was before you went on September the 8th. How did that happen? Is that normal?
Well, it can happen on developments. A traffic impact analysis, really, even at any point in time in development, is conceptual. Warrants are met and improvements are put in when the actual implementation of the plan is met. It's real-time analysis of what a capacity is or what the level of service is. That's why you can propose that a traffic signal is warranted if a development happens, but until the development happens and the traffic is there, the signal will not be installed. It has to be warranted to do that. And so when they proposed this, with all those improvements that was happening currently with the DOT, that was not a requirement that was made at that time. They could ask it at the Planning Commission. The Planning Commissioners could do that in the review process, but it was not a requirement in filing of a PCD. On any PCD is typically something that is added in once we are starting to go to the Planning Commission or we go to another board or commission as the board of directors. And when that was brought up, we did speak with the developer and requested that to be done for this meeting.
Okay.
Director Wyrick?
There's one more question, and I apologize. I should have got you when you were up there a while ago. Why did we not require, knowing that we have 5 schools in this area, why did we not require a traffic study that included the 1 to 4 timeframe?
Well,
1 p.m. to 4 p.m. timeframe.
when a
And
traffic,
are we doing that across the city? Anytime we get a traffic study, we just pick out hours we want them to look at, and we just assume we know what the peak hours are?
the peak hours are chosen typically by the operation of the development. For this development, the peak hours that were chosen was appropriate for a standard traffic study. In addressing the schools, there is a difference between, as explained previously with the traffic consultant, they're really analyzing the development, what impact the development is having on the current system in those those hours, as in the AM peak, the noon peak, and the PM peak. You're looking for worst case scenario for that development being added to the system. The schools that you're speaking of, as you get away from the development, the impact of that development and to other developments can vary. And so even those schools, you're looking at the impact of those schools at the school location, with appropriate intersection and close proximity. You are not necessarily analyzing this development with the school that may be, and I don't know the exact location, but it may be up to a mile away. because the people that are coming into that school, you have to analyze that separately, and you're looking at where people are leaving and going, and they may be peeling off or going other roads instead of getting down to this development in that time frame. So even though the school may peak at a 3 o'clock time frame, that's not necessarily due to proximity going to affect what this development is. We are truly just looking for what this development impact is at this location.
So I'm looking at the assumed land uses, and a medical office, I would think probably would be shut down between 12 and 1, but would pick up at 1. Restaurants, the drive-through or the sit-down restaurant, I mean, you could expect traffic anytime. Not everybody eats between 12 and 1. In fact, I very seldom eat between 12 and 1. But you've got retail. You can't say that they're only going to go in between 12 and 1 or 4 and 6 or whatever those other times were. You say you're looking at the uses in this development, and really, I don't think you can put them in those time frames of 7 to 9, 12 to 1, 4 to 6. I just don't see it. So if we're doing that on other projects in the city, we need to take a look at hours of our traffic studies. I think that's wrong.
Thank you,
It's just me.
Director Wyrick. Vice Mayor Hines?
Mayor, on the call a question.
Question's been called.
I second it, Mayor. I had my hand up for about 5 minutes to do that, so I second that.
Motion and second from Director Richardson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. The question's been called. We've had 3 readings on this particular item. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Director Peck?
Nay.
Director Wright?
Yes.
Director Wyrick?
No.
Director Campuris? Director Phillips?
Yes.
Director Adcock?
No.
Director Miller?
Yes.
Director Richardson?
Yes.
Director Webb? Vice Mayor Hines?
Yes.
Motion
6 to 4.
Motion passes. We'll now go to item 18. Members of the board, I'm going to step out. Vice Mayor Hines is going to I'm going to speak at a retirement ceremony, and I'll be back before you guys are finished, hopefully.
Mayor, we make a motion, take a 5-minute break while they transition.
Second.
A motion second for a 5-minute recess.
All right. Got a 30-second warning. We're going to start the meeting back here in 30 seconds. I'm waiting for the city manager. What? I can hear him. I think. All right. Dana, is Bruce out there? Or, all right. He went to 5, okay. Okay. Director Richardson, is your hand still up from previously, or you got a question?
Yes. No, let me take it down. It's from previously
All right,
trying
I'm
to.
just trying to get lined up so I can see everybody here.
Well, I was just trying to call the question that you called, so let me take it down.
All right. We have the city manager. I'm going to bring this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, would you please proceeding with reading separate item number 18?
And Vice Mayor, the ordinance for 18 has an emergency clause on it, and I just failed to get it onto the agenda.
Okay, I will make a note and make sure we vote on that
When I read that,
emergency
to know that
clause.
that was supposed to be there.
Okay.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 2, Division 1, Section 8-31C of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances of 1988 to provide for a revision of permit fee schedules for building, electrical, plumbing, mechanical, fire, and related work performed in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, to declare an emergency and for other purposes. First reading.
Move to suspend the rules and place on second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place on second reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Madam Clerk, second reading.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 2, Division 1, Section 8-31C of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for a revision of permit fee schedules for building, electrical, plumbing, mechanical, fire, and related work performed in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, to declare an emergency. Second reading.
Move to suspend the rules and place on third and final reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place on third and final reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Madam Clerk, third reading.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Article 2, Division 1, Section 8-31C of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to provide for a revision of permit fee schedules for building, electrical, plumbing, mechanical, fire, and related work performed in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, to declare an emergency. Third and final reading.
We've had 3 readings. I show no cards, but I do see Director Wyrick's hand up. Director Wyrick?
Yes, thank you. I was pretty excited about the change in the permit fees from 500 to 5,000 because I think that could be a deterrent for getting rehab done, getting permits, those kinds of things. So I was excited about that. But I looked at the building fees that are attached to it, they're going to increase. So I know we've got North Little Rock, Fayetteville, Jackson, Mississippi, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Memphis, Tennessee, but our biggest competition, which is Conway, Bryant, and Benton, I don't know what their permit fees are. And so in a late night text last night, I asked to have the cost for those permits. I don't know if we've got them yet, but I'm not sure why we're raising the permit fees if we're cutting out the permit request, which means less work in the field, less administration. Why would we be raising the permit fees when we're reducing our work? In the event that we are raising them, I want us to be competitive with people that are closest to us. I don't worry about Fayetteville that much, however, they are growing. But I'd like to know what those 3 cities, the permit fees, are.
Director Collins, do you have any information regarding that?
We do not have that information other than the cities that was presented in the exhibit.
Do they not request permits?
If you're asking for a comparison with other cities, Mr. Givens, we did send out an exhibit, and it should be at the board exhibit to see. Mr. Givens, if you'd come up, you could read those comparisons that we had presented.
I've got Fayetteville, Jackson, Mississippi, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Memphis, Tennessee, and North Little Rock. I don't have Conway, Bryant, Benton. Do you have those numbers?
No, ma'am, I don't. The reason we picked these cities because they're comparable in size to the city of Little Rock. And, surrounding, they do, surround us. And those are the reason why we picked these. The fee increases, like I said, every 4 years we come before this body to request fee increases in order to fund our department and fund our activities. And just an example, since our last fee increase was in 2018, we went digital. Our contractors, citizens can go online and get permits. We didn't have that previously. Inspection requests can be made online. We've hired a plumbing inspector and electrical inspector. This is all at the request of the contracting community and delivery of services. So that's really why it's necessary for us to raise fees in order to keep up.
Well, when you look at them, it looks like we're trying to match North Little Rock. I look at this in a competition situation. I want people to want to live and work in our city, and if we continue to raise fees for the work they're doing here, then that's going to push them. And if we make it really hard for them to do business in the city, then that's going to push them to other cities. So I'm all about the going permit fee from $500 to $5,000, and the fact that we can repair these board fences that we see that are down everywhere, and y'all won't be chasing them and stopping work on them. That's going to be taken care of. But I'm opposed to raising fees, particularly at this time in our city. Everything is really expensive, and we don't want our housing to just stop. We don't want our work to just stop. So I have a problem with raising the fees. That's the reason why I was trying to see if we were competitive with those other 3 locales.
Director, may I make one comment? In my 37 years with the city in building department, I don't think, fees have ever been a deterrent as far as someone wants to build in the city of Little Rock. $30 or $40 more on a house. Just for instance, this $1 million house is $2,144, and we're proposing to go up to $2,870. That's $1 million house. I mean, you're looking at $300 or $400 more.
Well, that's easy to say, $1 million, but you're going up to over $500 a permit for that one. You're going up almost $400 for the $500,000 house. You're doing less work. You're not having to administer permits. You're not going out in the field and having to chase down permits for those that are between $500 and $5,000. So it's less work in the field. It's less administration. So why the increase? And I think you say in here that the fees are needed to subsidize for the lack of the $500 to $5,000. I'm opposed to the increase in building fees.
Thank you, Director Rock. Quick question for Chuck or Jamie. I'm pretty sure Conway charges an impact fee as a percentage of the permit, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. And Fayetteville also charges an impact fee in addition to their building permit.
Do we know if Brian or Benton or anybody, because that's exponentially more expensive than what we charge on a flat fee. It's 1% to 2%, I think, of the building cost.
Yes, sir.
Why don't we say that? Why do we not have any information about that? I specifically asked for that kind of information for Bryant, Benton, Conway.
Well,
If you drive in those areas, you see building starts, you see housing starts, you know, they're booming. So they're doing something right. So I don't know if this is it or not, but I oppose the increase in fees.
any other comments? Director Richardson? Director Richardson, we can't hear you yet.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, Director Ryrick made a point about questions that she's asked, and I've repeatedly, and a number of us have asked, how many other municipalities, we gave the chamber $250,000 tonight, how many other municipalities are giving them funding to help with economic development? And to be real, a lot of economic development that's done through the chamber or with the chamber, those jobs are filled by people who live in Conway, Benton, and Bryan, not from the city of Little Rock. So I think that Director Wyrick's question is really, really interesting to me. I would challenge any one of us to identify one other municipality that gives them an annual contribution for economic development. I would challenge any one of us to name or give the number of jobs that's being created by the tech park that we gave them $22 million to develop through a sales tax. So I think that what she's saying is somewhat reflective of it's selective in terms of what it is we want to be concerned about. I mean, I think that what we've done with our contribution to the chamber, with the tech park, the $22 million to the Vision Little Rock sales tax, and the $250,000 that Dr. Whitfield asked us to identify specific projects that money was responsible for. I think that it's interesting that she chose this one as opposed to that one, and we have to be. We can't continue to be consistently inconsistent with respect to the issues that we address with respect to our funding and how we grow our city. A lot of those cities are able to grow and develop, in my opinion, because the economic development that's done in Little Rock, those jobs are filled by people who don't live in Little Rock, which is fascinating to me. And I think that's part and parcel why some those cities that she made reference to are growing at the rate that they're growing. And that's all I have to say on that. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. No further questions. We'll move to a vote on this item. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Director Peck? No. Director Wright?
Did you hear me?
No, no, ma'am.
Yes.
Director Wyrick?
No.
Director Campuris? Director Phillips?
Yes.
Director Adcock?
No.
Director Miller?
Yes.
Director Richardson?
Yes.
Director Webb?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hines?
Yes.
7 ayes, 3 nays.
We also have emergency clause on 18. All in favor of the emergency clause signal by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Roll call, please, on the emergency clause.
Director Peck?
Oh.
Director Wright?
Yes.
Director Wyrick?
No.
Director Campuris? Director Phillips?
Yes.
Director Adcock?
No.
Director Miller?
Yes.
Director Richardson?
Yes.
Director Webb?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hines?
Yes, fails 7-3 at my count.
Failed.
We must have a supermajority to pass emergency clause. You had to have 8 votes to pass an emergency.
So,
So,
this
can I ask
will,
a question?
instead of going into effect immediately, this will go into effect in 30 days.
Right, and that's why I was going to ask you to clarify. Thank you.
Correct. All right. Madam Clerk, please read item 20.
An ordinance to declare it impractical and unfeasible to bid, to authorize the city manager to extend the contract with Arkansas Municipal League Municipal Vehicle Program at a total cost of $990,000 to administer a self-insurance program for the City of Little Rock's motor vehicle liability insurance and for other purposes. First reading.
Move to suspend the rules and place on second reading.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place on second reading. All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, second reading.
An ordinance to declare it impractical and unfeasible to bid, to authorize the city manager to extend the contract with Arkansas Municipal League Municipal Vehicle Program at a total cost of $990,000 to administer the self-insurance program for the City of Little Rock's motor vehicle liability insurance. Second reading.
Move to suspend the rules and place on third and final reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to suspend the rules and place on third and final reading. All those in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. Madam Clerk.
An ordinance to declare it impractical and unfeasible to bid, to authorize the city manager to extend the contract with the Arkansas Municipal League Municipal Vehicle Program at a total cost of $990,000 to administer a self-insurance program for the City of Little Rock's motor vehicle liability insurance. Third and final reading.
We've had three readings. We have no cards on this, but I do see Director Campiris has his hand up.
Bruce, can you tell us over the last 3 or 4 years whether we have exceeded or gotten back more than $1 million from the payment we've made to the municipal league?
Ask Mr. Hidden to come forward, and in the memo that I sent out on Friday, as I mentioned, we've been a part of the program since 1986. We have, in the last 5 years, there's only been one denied claim by AML. So, Mr. Hidden, I don't know if you want to explain a little further.
AML has been a good partner for us over at Fleet. Like Bruce said, they've only denied one claim, and that was based off of some things that we were supposed to be doing over at the landfill that we were not doing. And John has taken care of making sure those things are done, and we haven't had a single claim denied since.
But do our payments exceed the amount of money, the claims that we put on this?
Yes.
Yes, what?
I can't say that it has exceeded it this year, but it exceeded it last year. And the reason why our premiums went up back in 17, I believe it was, that we more than doubled what we had paid in in premiums versus what they paid us for claims because of all the fires. You may remember the number of fires that we had on refuse trucks. So yes, the amount of money that we pay in premiums has been far exceeded multiple times since I've been here.
And we said that it's impractical and unfeasible to bid this. Tell me why.
Well, we talked about doing that once since I've been here and did some inquiries into what premiums would likely be based off of our comp ratios from claims to premiums. And the numbers that we were hearing was astronomical. That's the reason why we thought it was impractical.
Thank you.
I see no further questions, so I'll move to a vote on item 20. All those in favor of item 20 signal by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. There's no emergency clause. See, the mayor has returned, and I'll return his gavel to him. We just got.
Madam Clerk, if you'll read item M1.
Resolution to direct that $500,000 be set aside in the 2023 annual city budget to assist the ambassador program of the Little Rock Downtown Partnership and for the purposes.
Director Adcock has a question.
Yes. I would, today and yesterday, I've received 60 emails, phone calls, and texts again for this item, and one person against it. In listening to the people from the downtown business community to people who visit our downtown, this ambassador program was great before the pandemic, then it was stopped, and they are asking us to fund it this year and get it back so that we again can have people greeting our visitors, greeting people that's coming to downtown, people that needs information. So I would ask for all of us to vote for this, and I move that we pass this.
Director Campuris.
Is there a second?
Well,
I second that. Director
We're just
Adcock.
doing-
Oh, were you doing that? Sorry.
no,
It's a resolution. You don't have to.
Oh.
We're going through questions.
Okay.
okay.
Director Campuris.
And I appreciate Joan doing this. I think it speaks loudly to the fact that at-large members are what we need, because Joan's main area where she looks is not downtown, but recognizes the need. If you look at the history of this program, it started originally in the River Market, and there was a 2-year situation where the businesses in the River Market were asked to contribute. There was a limited number of ambassadors downtown, never enough, and there were people working on Main Street that Gabe helped fund through some of the other funding sources that he has with the parking deck. When the people left the parking deck, those funds dried up, as did the ambassadors, as did the Green and Green team. And what happens is that we've lost the ambassadors, we've expanded what you would consider being downtown. So it's the River Market, it goes up to Soma, and it's like a big windshield. It goes to 6th Street, and it goes all the way to the Clinton Library now. And hopefully soon with the dental school and a veterinary school and what John Burkhalter is doing. This is areas where you have multiple entrepreneurs who are trying to succeed in business. You have a tourist industry that the mayor and Antoine represent from our board that is trying to bring down tourism, which brings countless dollars to our community. And it is a program that gets rid of the unfavorable and inaccurate stigma that there's something bad going on downtown. It is actually an extraordinarily safe area to go to. But it is something we need to do. And now, coming out of COVID, still having I-30 under construction, we need to help stabilize the area, help it flourish so that when the road is completed, the 18 or 20 acre park is ready to be used, that we have a vibrant place where people feel safe and good and have people on the streets all the time. So, Joan, I appreciate greatly you bringing this forward, and I think it is something we need to do.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate Director Campuris giving us a shout out for our work at the AMP Commission. I will share with my colleagues, as I kind of stated earlier, I'm definitely supportive. AMP Commission usually meets today, but our meeting was moved to tomorrow. And for your benefit, we understand, at least I suspect that we understand from AMP Commission the importance of the ambassador program. And we're going to address this issue tomorrow at our AMP Commission meeting. There's a resolution to partly fund this ambassador program, and we're going to take that up tomorrow. So that's another reason I didn't mention that earlier. another reason why I think this could wait so we can realize what that difference is between what the A&P Commission is willing to do, if anything. I will be supportive tomorrow. I'll say that publicly. But I think from a city standpoint, it makes sense to see where the other dollars coming from, and then for us to fill in the gaps. Again, I am supportive for my friends from downtown of this program. And I also say this to my colleagues from a kind of big picture standpoint. Last week, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, we had the folks present on the Hope Council, and they indicated some different ideas to address safety. And kind of the overwhelming response was, let's study it, let's wait, let's figure it out. But then when it comes to the ambassador program, again, which I support, we're like, let's do it. There's no study, there's no wait, it's let's do it because it's the right thing to do. And I just encourage my colleagues and our constituents to keep the same energy that we have for the ambassador program for other things that are not part of downtown, where I spend a lot of my time because I work there. So in conclusion, one, A&P Commission is voting on presenting money to support this program tomorrow, and I think this board should be aware of it. And I respectfully ask my colleagues to be quick to act on other issues the same way we are quick to act on the ambassador program. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Interestingly, or it was interesting to me anyway, I just got back from vacation, and the city I was in had an ambassador program. I was walking down the street. I saw some people in their ambassador uniforms, and so I started watching what they were doing, and I watched them greet residents. I watched them answer questions for tourists. I saw people have very positive interactions and then kind of animatedly move on down the street. So I Googled their ambassador program and saw that it has been such a good thing for economic development in their city that they're expanding it to multiple neighborhoods across the city, and they're really excited about it. So since we were going to be discussing it tonight, I thought it was relevant. And as some of my colleagues have mentioned, it was successful before the pandemic. So I hope that our program can be as successful as what I saw when I was on vacation the last 4 or 5 days.
Director Wyatt.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just, I was a little taken back by the amount of money that it's going to take to fund this program. And maybe I'm just naive about it, but $500,000 is a lot of money. So I'm curious to know what that's gonna give us. How many ambassadors? What's their hours of work? You know, those kinds of things that would require $500,000. And Dean said something about them makes our tourists feel safe, or our residents feel safe. You know, what are they going to do in regards to safety in our city? So just maybe that'll help everybody feel a little bit better if we know exactly what to expect. I remember the ambassador program years ago, but didn't interact with them that much. So maybe if we had some ideas about what to expect from that, we might feel better.
One second, Director Pierce, just want to make sure. Director Richardson is next, and we'll come back to you, Director Richardson. Director Pierce. Just keeping everybody on. Director Richardson and then Director Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of have similar sentiments of BJ. What do they do? To Dean's point about this negative stigma attached to our community, a lot of it has to do with public safety. So, are they getting trained on crisis or conflict resolution or crisis intervention? And unlike Joan, I saw about 3 or 4 emails opposing it because we just limited it to one part of our city. We're trying to grow and redevelop and revitalize the whole city. So if the ambassador program is is that much of an economic generator as we touted to be, then I certainly believe we should spread it out to the whole city, other parts of the city that we're trying to bring back to life, rather than just downtown. I used to work downtown, spent a lot of time downtown for a number of years. I wasn't quite sure what their responsibilities were, and what their limits were, and if they had the capacity, as BJ said, to help address some of the public safety issues that we're talking about. I, for one, was disappointed that I didn't see the diversity of our city represented with the ambassadors. I have far too many questions, and much like Director Phillips, I think we need to think through this a little bit before we make this commitment. And I think it's I'm supportive of anything enhancing our whole city, not just downtown, our whole city, our complete city, and anything that we can do to enhance our ability to do that. I think we need to embrace that, but we don't need to have it relegated to one particular part of the city. I think that's part and parcel of why we're having crime in certain parts of our city and not much crime in other parts of our city, because of our approach to addressing public safety with respect to how we delegate our resources and how we invest and reinvest in certain parts of our community. So I have far too many questions to be comfortable with supporting this. To me, I don't. 500,000 is a lot. Are they working for the city? Are they city employees? Are they covered by city insurance? Who are their employers? Who recruits them? Who trains them? And what are their job duties and job responsibilities besides meet and greet? I just think I need to have a lot more information before I'm comfortable with supporting this. Because right now it's just really, really kind of nebulous to me, if that's the word I want to use. But I'm not clear on the implementation of it. Who recruits them? How are they recruited? What's the job criteria? What's the emphasis on diversity? And why are we limited them to just downtown? And we want the whole city to grow, don't we? We want the whole city to thrive. We want people to feel, who come to Little Rock, to feel good about Little Rock, all of Little Rock, not just downtown Little Rock, but the whole city. We have visitors that are staying in other hotels that are not downtown. We have Airbnbs now that are not downtown. We have other parts of the city that could benefit from an approach like this. So I think we need to think through, as Director Phillips said earlier, before we make a rushed judgment and commit funding to this. Thank you, Mayor, for acknowledging me.
Thank you. Director Capurus, then Director Miller.
Well, I think BJ and Ken made some interesting points. And, you know, when you get to be my age, you forget some of the things you were going to say. Very much like we have been relying recently on the presentation last week or some of the other prior studies, there was a real frustration about how you made downtown Little Rock safe and attractive. And I would remind you that this city owns 2 hotels downtown, that we have the River Market, we have a park, we have all sorts of amenities that are ours, that for people who come to our community and people who live in our community, that frustration of how to take care of what is ours generated a study where there was a group that came in that looked at ambassador programs, looked at our city, that has a proven track record in doing this. And what we found is that what we were doing before is we were doing a patchwork quilt of trying to do something. And a little bit like whack-a-mole, we would have people in one area and then something would happen someplace else. And the people that came in and made a presentation that the mayor and I were at one night talked in great detail about how you hire the people, how you train the people, how you monitor the people, and you have a professional group that does that. And they looked at the diverse areas that we have that are represented downtown, from Soma to the East Village, to the Presidential Library, to the Marina. And it is a real patchwork of opportunities, but you have to have some group that has understanding, training in monitoring the ambassadors, training the ambassadors, and that's where the price came for the $500,000. And I agree with you, BJ, it sounds like, it's a heck of a lot of money. But if you want to take care of what we're doing, it's much like we're talking about the other things. We're trying to say, what do we need to establish excellence in our community? And what do we need to do to make sure it's that? When we're talking about the police or the fire stations or whatever else we're talking about, we just need to own up and take responsibility for making sure what we're doing is first rate. And I think that Joan was brave in many ways to take this on as a project. But I can tell you, having tried to work with raising money from businesses, getting a little from here, getting a little from there, never being able to know if the next year you're going to have a program doesn't work and doesn't give you the safety, as Kathy said, the communication with visitors and people that are in our city. And so I will heartily support this resolution.
Director Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. I can tell you, before I got on this board, I had experience with the Ambassador Program in Little Rock. I saw somebody in a bright vest, and that person was talking to a tourist. That tourist was asking where could they go to eat, where were some good places, what were some recommendations. And I listened to that, and I thought it was very helpful. Quite frankly, I have been approached sometimes. I've seen people that I've been able to help who've been in our city. We have conventions that come into Little Rock almost on a weekly basis, certainly during peak times, and I'm sure the A&P Commission can testify to that. People want to know where to go. They want to be able to talk to people. They want to get recommendations. I know that's what I do when I go visit a city. I step out of the hotel and I'm just as lost as I could be. But I guarantee you, if I saw somebody that had the responsibility to help tourists, was in a bright colored vest or jacket and had ambassador on that, I would go and approach that person. I think it's helpful to our city. And with everything that's going on and this master plan that we're getting ready to do, all these things, in my opinion, work together. So for someone who has worked in downtown Little Rock, like what I have for going on 46 years and who've lived in Ward 1 just about my whole adult life, I see this as a tremendous asset for us. I believe it can certainly help with all the things that are going on. Certainly with the Arkansas Museum of Fine Art, that's a major investment in Ward 1, just a few blocks from Main Street with people walking up and down the street. People need to be directed to those things. People want to know where to go. Where's a good place to get a hamburger? Where can I get some barbecue? Where's a good place to get gumbo? I remember it's not. And so certainly that would be, businesses that could pop up. And I remember, I think there was some quiz on Arkansas Business or something. Are you a good ambassador for Little Rock? It had a list of questions that dealt with the Clinton Presidential Center and the why we have 6 bridges and things. People want to be engaged. I feel more comfortable when I go into a city that I've never been into before, and I step out of my hotel. I want some direction, whether it's from the maitre d' or somebody else or some ambassador program like what this would be. This would help. it would certainly stimulate more interest in our city. And what happens? When somebody gets help, they tell somebody else, and they tell somebody else. I'm extremely supportive of this for a number of different reasons. And the economic development aspect of it is certainly number one on my list. But I don't know how that person was trained that I saw several years ago, but they certainly had knowledge. Somebody trained them. They went through that. So all the specific details, I'm sure we can get to that. But something like this, I believe, is well needed. And someone who's lived downtown and worked downtown for as long as I have, I see this as a tremendous asset for us. I'm very supportive of it.
Director Phillips, then Director Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say two things, 'cause I left one thing out. The A&P Commission, the resolution tomorrow is for $250,000, so I think that's important if it passes, and then we can come back and decide what to do with the rest. Secondly, I think Director Richardson and Director Wyler bring up some important points about process. Those are questions that I have the answers to because I have, I think, more information than some of my colleagues. I know there's going to be a clean team, a safety team, a team leader, operations manager. There's going to be about 12 employees. But I know that information, y'all don't. And if this was presented at an actual agenda meeting, I think the Downtown Partnership would do a great job of presenting this program to us, explaining the benefits, and some of the questions that's been asked would be answered. But we didn't get the benefit of that because this was added at the end of agenda, and then we got 8 votes to add it to the agenda today. That was another reason procedurally why I thought this needs to be added to the agenda, talked about in conjunction with the budget, give the people who do this work an opportunity to explain and be cheerleaders for this project, so some of our board members are not asking questions that they don't have the answers to. I have some of the answers, a lot of the answers, and I'm confident that the program will do what it needs to do. But from a procedural standpoint, I think it's tough to say, hey, we're gonna allocate $500,000, and some of our colleagues don't know some basic questions, like how many people it's gonna be, or what exactly they're gonna do, or how they're gonna be divided or trained. I have some of that information, but as a board, we do not. So I think, again, I'm supportive. I got friends in the audience. I want y'all to know I think this makes sense. But I also think it makes sense to do things a certain way and give the Downtown Partnership or whoever they designate the opportunity to do a full presentation, so none of us will be, quote unquote, in the dark when we allocate this money to our budget. Again, supportive of it, and thank you for the recognition, Mayor. That's all I have.
Director Wright. Director Wright.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm having
ma'am.
trouble with this tablet, but I'd like to call the question on this because it is after 9 o'clock. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. There's a motion and second to call the question. Before we call the vote, motion second, call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it.
Nay. Nay.
Nay recorded from Director Richardson. Ayes have it. Members of the board, I do want to share just
Man, I'm sorry, I thought I had my hand up, but for some reason my hand is not registering with you because it's been up.
Director Richardson, but we've called the question.
I understand that, but it's been up, and I think Dean made the point for me that the presentation that you and Dean had seen, I think it has been appropriate for the board to see that before we vote on it.
The question's been called.
Well, I hear you, Doris, and then let's go ahead. We'll go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I just think it's too many unknowns. For us.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Wait. We never had a motion or a second to approve it.
Motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you.
Second.
Yeah, we did.
Who was the
Out of
second?
order.
Director Wright?
Yes.
Okay.
Dean was second.
Thank you. So we've had a call to question. That call to question was approved. There's now been a motion to approve the resolution. There's been a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it.
Roll call, yeah.
Y'all maybe run out of paper tonight.
And patience over here.
This is M1. Director Peck?
Aye.
Director Wright?
Yes.
Director Wyrick?
Yes.
Director Campuris? Director Phillips?
I'm thinking.
Just vote present, brother.
Yes.
Director Adcock?
Yes.
Director Miller?
Yes.
Director Richardson?
No.
Director Webb?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hines?
Yes.
9-1.
Just to the audience and those that are watching, I do want to share with you all, and as I've shared with some of the supporters of this, I too support the ambassador program. As Director Phillips has shared, there is a resolution going before the CVB for $250,000. So I want to make sure those who see this, it's a resolution. Mr. Moore and I have to provide a proposed budget, a balanced budget. We have not balanced the budget yet. And so I don't want folks to walk out of here to think that there's going to be $500,000. There may be a mixture of resources on how we get to $500,000. But I just don't want people to think that, because the resolution gives an intent of the board to share with us as we're preparing that budget. But we have to propose a balanced budget to the city board for consideration. So while this has passed, just understand that there's multiple things that are going on from a financial standpoint, and we'll do our best to get to a certain point on the dollar amount. It may be from a different number of resources. We just want to make sure from a tempering and expectation standpoint that folks understand that. We'll now transition to
Item M2.
M8.
M8,
M2.
M2.
A resolution authorizes the city manager to enter into a one-year contract with 3 organizations in a total amount not to exceed $990,000 to provide prevention, intervention, and treatment funds for positive prevention programs for 2023 as endorsed by the Commission on Children, Youth, and Families and for other purposes.
Move for the adoption of the resolution.
I'd second that.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it. We'll now go to M8.
I know it. They ain't doing it. They giving board clubs.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 4 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances of 1988 to assure openness and transparency in the request and selection of professional services, to declare an emergency and for the purposes first reading.
We suspend the rules and place on second reading.
Second.
There's a motion second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Second reading.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 4 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to assure openness and transparency in the request and selection of professional services, to declare an emergency. Second reading.
We suspend the rules and put on third and final reading, please.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say
Aye.
nay. Ayes have it. Third reading.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 4 of the Little Rock Revised Code of Ordinances to assure openness and transparency in the request and selection of professional services, to declare an emergency. Third and final reading.
We've now had 3 readings. Are there any questions from members of the board? Any questions from members of the board? Questions from members of the board? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
all those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. We'll now go to, there's emergency calls. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Mayor, my hand was up when you asked the question. Any questions? I'm like Director Wright. I'm having problems with my iPad because I had it up when you asked for a question. I was even waving to get your attention.
And Director, I'm looking at yours. It's not showing on mine. So we'll get with the team to get that.
Well, you might need to borrow the vice mayor's glasses because when he came back, he saw it.
I'm giving you the floor. Give you the floor right now.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. I sent an email out in response to the vice mayor's request about the process. I thought that he listed an incorrect amount in it. I think he had it at 50,000. I thought the city manager's spending authority was up to 49,999 and 99 cents. And I thought that anything above $25,000, the board had a chance to see for quote unquote input or educational purposes, but it still didn't require a vote. And Lance has sent a email to the city attorney asking for some clarification with respect to the questions I raised. We hadn't had that yet. So can Bruce or Tom, can y'all really talk about this whole process of spending authority? And we've been doing this for as long as I've been on the board, before I got on the board, and why now? What's going on now? What's happening? And for the most part, I don't know, Bruce would have to bring it all to us. For the most part, Bruce has used that funding, I think, to help support community programming, neighborhood programming, whether it's a community garden, whether it's intervention or school-based case management, a number of different services that in some cases may not warrant an RFP process. So I just think the ordinance or as resolution, whatever it is, I don't have my agenda in front of me, is not correctly written, and I'd like some clarity with Bruce or Tom with respect to those questions that I raised when Lance first sent this out.
Director Richardson, I think there's some mixed metaphors there. The RFQ process is different from other types of competitive processes because they don't go on the lowest responsible and responsive price. And in fact, price cannot even be mentioned in an RFQ. The ordinance that y'all have has a provision that has been sort of preempted by a more recent provision that allows the manager, except for political consultants and lobbyists, to approve any professional service contracts $50,000 and above. All this one does is say that the manager is to give notice to the board 14 days before an RFQ intends to go out, that there are this number of RFQs on these topics, that the anticipated cost is going to be under $50,000. The board can then look at that, and if there wants to be any discussion about that matter before it goes any further, it can be discussed in public. That's all this does. There was a question raised yesterday by one of the departments about, gee, this will mess up how we do things, and the manager and I talked today, and I said, I don't see that. It's the engineering contract for Public Works. They spend more than $50,000 during the course of a year. So that's not one that would come under this. The fact that they may not spend $50,000 with 4 or 5 different companies, but $50,000 altogether for basic engineering services is what's going to keep that one from coming to the board. So I don't really think it's going to do a whole lot except to say, if it's anticipated that the amount will be under $50,000, at least the board will know about it before we go and contract for the money.
Tom, I understand the RFQ process, and I guess my question to you or Bruce, that hadn't been a part of any kind of RFQ or RFP process. Has it gone before? Has it been a proposal issued and gone before a panel, an impartial panel? Or has that been somebody's
It's not a matter of an
ability?
impartial panel to select I think the concern needs to be addressed to Vice Mayor Hines. It's his ordinance.
Well, I'm just talking about the process. And the process, it hadn't necessarily been connected to an RFP or RFQ in the past.
The
Correct?
ordinance was requested by Director Hines, so as to whether he has seen a problem with the process, I think it's for him to answer.
Director Richardson, yes,
Well,
yes, that's why I'm bringing this forward. This board, it's been expressed to me by multiple members of this board that we would like an additional oversight in this range where these professional services contracts come into question. It gives us the option. It's not we're going to look at every one of them, but we're going to be notified that there's one coming within, and we'll have 14 days to decide if we want to discuss it. It's no different than when this board objected to lawsuit settlements being settled without a public discussion of them. I think I had a lot of questions during the campaign season that people were shocked that we didn't have any say in when we were spending right at $50,000. And when you add up doing it 4 or 5 or 6 times over a period, it adds up to $250,000 or more. And I think that's what, Director Richardson, let me finish. That's why I brought it forward. And this is, I'm trying to use a scalpel and not a sledgehammer on this deal. And so it puts very minimal extra work on Bruce and his staff. And, you know, I can recount times in my previous 12 years on this board when I've seen smaller contracts under 50,000 that didn't require this board that the city manager brought to us. Just in the spirit of transparency. And that's what I think is required. And I'm going to ask I think I've got the support. We got 8 votes to put it on the agenda. And I think this will go a long way into making sure we're open and transparent with how we're spending taxpayer funds.
Well, that's my point, Lance. I think historically Bruce has done a great job with his honesty and openness and transparency. And I think what's problematic for me is we allow 1 or 2 events to kick off a change in how we address and deal with things. And Bruce has done a wonderful job with that. I think it's put minimal work on the staff, not only his staff, but community program staff. And it helps expedite programming in certain parts of our city that needs it. And I think Bruce has done a wonderful job. I can't think of, can anybody else identify any other programming or any other issue that Bruce has used as spending authority to address or commit to? Any other project in the past 5 years? And I don't know.
There's one Director Richards, there's one I can point out. There was a contract done for just under $50,000 in the last year and a half by LRPD for a new website that to me looked like was a stringer to get the camel's nose under the tent and then get future contracts out of it, which I think would if it's been constructed that way, would violate the state bidding laws. And so we'll find out at the end of this contractual period for that app for LRPD whether or not it gets renewed. I imagine this board's going to get a look at it because, Tom, I think the minute we renew it, that pushes that total contract over $50,000, doesn't it?
Tom?
I said right.
Okay, I didn't hear you.
All right, we now have a vote on the floor.
Emergency.
We're on the emergency. We have not voted on the emergency. We're in the middle of the emergency. I gave privilege to Director Richardson to speak.
Thank you, Mayor.
All those in favor of the emergency, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it.
Roll call. Yeah. But let somebody else say it and see if we hear that. That's funny. Yeah.
Madam Clerk.
Director Peck,
Aye.
Director Wright,
Yes.
Director Wyrick, Director Campuris, Director Phillips,
No.
Director Adcock,
Aye.
Director Miller,
Yes.
Director Richardson,
No.
Director Webb,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hines,
Yes.
8-2.
Mr. Moore? I believe we're now on item number 20.
We've done 20.
21, going to the American Rescue Plan Act discussion.
Mayor, I got my hand raised. Can I make a statement before we get to our discussions?
Yes, Director Phillips, and I also see a hand by Director Adcock.
All right, thank you. And this is definitely just addressed to my colleagues. As it relates to the downtown Little Rock Partnership money, I guess the right word is concern. I mean, I don't know how we just, and I voted for it because I think I have all the right information. I've received the report, but I'm concerned that as a board, we could allocate $500,000 without a presentation, some of our colleagues having questions unanswered. And then when there's other things with different parts of towns, there's a lot of questions, a lot of studying, a lot of let's wait. And I just want to express publicly that I'm concerned as a board that sometimes everything happens very fast. And then when there's other parts of town or other projects, we're ready to push the brakes. And I just want to share that I'm bothered by that as your colleague, that we're not being as deliberate in all other facets. And just last week or 2 weeks ago, it was stop, study, and then $500,000, no big deal. And I just want to share with my colleagues that I'm concerned about that, and I want that on the public record. And for whoever is still watching us at 3 hours and 24 minutes into the meeting, I want the public to know that that's concerning to me. But I voted on it in support of it because I think I do have the information to support it. That's all I have, Mayor.
Director Adcock?
Yes, Mayor. Before everyone goes to bed, I would like to tell them that we're having a vaccine clinic this Friday at Southwest Community Center from 4 till 8. We will be giving the booster shots for the vaccine, and we also have 300 of the flu shots. If you get the booster shot, you will get the Silver Little Rocks $50 gift card. With the other one, which is just a plain flu shot, there will be no gift cards given. And we invite people to come to Southwest Community Center this Friday night, December the 9th, from 4 to 8 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Peck?
Thank you. And Director Phillips, I just wanted to comment on what you said. I understand what you're saying, but, and this is just from my perspective, having been on the A&P for 12 years, I didn't need to see a presentation. You know, I believe it, I trust it, I know about the ambassador program, I know Director Campuris has worked on it so hard over the years, and before the onslaught of emails we all got and texts, I mean, I'm probably have been reached out to as much as you, Director Miller, from restaurateurs downtown, from business owners downtown. I mean, it happens honestly several times a month, asking me as a board member to please help, and also being a big believer in a vibrant, safe, exciting downtown. That's where the residents, our tourists are, a tax base. I didn't do it just to do it. $500,000 is a lot. But I trust that you and the mayor know what you're doing on the A&P Commission, and I trust Dr. Campuris, so I didn't think twice about it. Thank you.
Director Wyrick?
Thank you, Mayor. Director Peck brought up an issue when we were talking about the middle earlier tonight, and it was that we didn't have, a lot of the neighborhoods didn't have notification. I think she indicated that the first notification she had of the middle was September the 14th, and I'm not still talking about the middle, but we typically, in the planning department, notify residents within 200 feet of a development, and the planning commission has been pretty good about notifying neighborhood associations in the general area. I would like for us to look at notification past the 200 feet. In the case of the middle, there was not a neighborhood that was within 200 feet of it. I don't know if the notification went out to neighborhood associations in the area. I'm not sure. But I'm sure our bylaws say 200 feet, but I think we need to look at expanding that to further than 200 feet, or maybe looking at the geographic area to see what the impacts are. So if somebody would put that on a to-do list for
We'll
us
start
to
working on
talk
that.
about at some point in time. It may take a law change, I'm just not sure. But I had a couple of emails in regards to that, or text messages in regards to that we continually ask for notification past 200 feet. So I think it's critical for our neighborhoods to do that.
Yes, ma'am, we'll get to work on that.
Mayor, can I respond to Director Wyrick?
Yes.
Thank you. I guess I've been on the board long enough now to say I remember, and I think I remember us discussing this, Director Wyrick, and I think Director Collins told us a while ago that the planning department sends out an email notice to all the neighborhood associations for each project. So I think they are being notified through planning, is my understanding. I just wanted to share that.
It goes to neighborhood associations, but they've got to be active, and we're not keeping up. In a lot of cases, we don't know who those people are anymore. We're trying to organize something in Southwest now, and we've got a couple of neighborhoods that they're not active, and we don't know how to get to them. So, if we could come up with some kind of rule to help with that notification, it'd be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, can I add to that? Director Wyrick is correct that we repeatedly raised that point out in Southwest Little Rock. And it's kind of is a perfect segue to Director Phillips' point about the ambassadors. Most often, what's frustrating to me is that we put our focus on the messenger rather than the message. And that's a frustrating feeling to have, being an active board member, even to the point of asking for a roll call. I mean, I think that's the probably hypocrisy of our democracy, is that a lot of times what we decide, what we accept, is related to the messenger rather than the message. And that's frustrating. And I would have loved to have seen the report that Dean referenced. I'm supportive of the ambassador. I don't have any problem with it, but I don't know enough about it to commit to vote for $500,000 to commit that kind of level of funding. And I guarantee you, had I presented something like that with the same lack of information, there's no way in the world that would have been passed. We'd have been studying that until the next election. So I just think that DJ is correct. We've asked for that in Southwest Little Rock numerous times to no avail. And I think it's time for us to look at that. And I thank Kathy for bringing that up.
Thank you.
That's it for Mayor.
Mayor, before we start, I have one other just quick house cleaning for Bruce.
Yes, Director Irons.
Bruce, can you check, I got a message that says that our contract data sets on our open data portal we created, where we're supposed to be logging our contracts, and they're supposed to be updated weekly with all the contracts that we do. haven't been updated since March of 2021. So it's great that we have this super award-winning open data portal, but if we're not putting good data in there or current data in there, it's pretty much useless to anybody who wants to take a look. And I think it goes to our being accountable, clear, and transparent as well. So if you would look into that and find out why those contracts are not being updated to those data sets, I would appreciate it.
Director Richardson, your hand's still up. All right, Mr. Moore.
Mayor, members of the board, this is a continuation of our discussion on this. Mrs. Cox to come forward, and we have a short PowerPoint that is sort of summarizes what we've done to date. And I think, Ashley, there's a second document to hand out. It was the one from Director Webb. So, and I think we can just go to page 4.
Sure, thank you. On page 4, or slide 4, these are the previously proposed items that we discussed last week, and they do not, so the remaining amount is $5.5 million. And this list only adds up to $4.4 million, and these are previously proposed items that we would love to hear your feedback on. And then Ashley is also passing around a copy of what Director Webb had passed out last week with her proposal on the $5.5 million. And we would love to hear your feedback and discussion on this.
And at this point, you have the 2 documents in front of you, and I've talked to other board members that might have some other thoughts, but the resolution that we're acting under was this item would be deferred until December 6th. So that's why it's before you as far as discussion, and then we'll come back with some type of resolution.
Director Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was at City Hall one day last week after the board meeting and had an opportunity to speak to Emily for a few minutes and talk about this, and also to the city manager. And one of the things we talked about was the possibility, not to say that this is going to be what's chosen, but that it was possible that one of the fire stations could be temporarily put on hold, that we do have the staffing for 2 of them, and that the third one was not as urgent right now, and that the additional costs for public works, capital needs, and information technology upgrades might be substituted for that. Just if we had competing proposals, that was something that I would consider changing in mind based on that conversation. But we also talked about the possibility of having some sort of compromise. Thank you.
Director Wyrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I sent all of you all an email. I don't know if it was yesterday or day before yesterday, but this weekend I became aware of 2 of our fire stations in Little Rock that are running on pickup trucks. One of them is Fire Station 18, which is Mableville West, and the other one was Fire Station number 7, as I know is the one by UAMS. And so I asked the question, I know we have put a lot of money into apparatus, engines, et cetera, equipment for the fire department. I asked Mr. Moore to put together some sort of information to let us know where the needs are and where we are on the status of the equipment. For instance, the one, Fire Station 18, which happens to be my fire station and the mayor's fire station, the equipment was ordered in May. It's a 1996 model, so it's old, it needs to be replaced. And so that's the kind of information that I was looking for to understand where we are with our equipment needs. When Kathy put this together, this all sounded really, really good to me. And I see that she's got information in here about the capital needs for the fire department. And then I got to thinking, well, we got to have equipment. We got to have engines. We got to have the stuff that they need there. And so we're not allocating money for that. And that's a long-running situation to place orders for those. So I'm all about nuts and bolts. Thank you, Antoine. You know, and so, you know, I feel like we need to put money into public safety as opposed to maybe some of these other programs. And when we were going out and talking to folks about the tax that, and we funded, I think it's like 1.6 million for streets and 1.6 million for drainage in every ward. You know, that's not a whole lot of money. So I think maybe we ought to put some money into drainage, which Kathy put in there. So those are the two priorities for me. However we can work around those, I'd be happy with that. I do appreciate Museum of Discovery and Junior Deputy, but you know, I think safety and streets and drainage are a high priority that we probably need to take a good look at. Thank you.
Yes,
Dr. Wyrick, one quick thing, Mayor. If you remember, we did all hear that same message in our ward meetings, and when you all passed the ordinance to issue the bonds, we did increase the street money in each ward. I don't have that number right off the top of my head, but I think it was almost close to $3 million. And that was really sort of at the capacity that we could do from a public works standpoint. So if you would remember, you're right, when we first went out, it was 1.6 per ward, but we did increase that amount in the street category.
I remember that now. Sorry I didn't bring that up. But, I mean, we're talking about capacity for doing those improvements, but we still have the need out there. And the other question I had about this was, this is ARPA funds that we're talking about here, and I know there's a commitment or spending time frame for these, and is the commitment or spent the end of 2023? How does that work? I've forgotten.
2025.
And it's late now.
2024 that you have to commit it, and then 2026, by the end of it, it all has to be
spent. Okay, 2024 and then 2026. Okay, thank you. I'd forgotten what those dates were. Thank you very much.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. I was having a side conversation bothering Director Wyrick about nuts and bolts, and we got a handout. Is this from the fire department?
It's from Fleet, yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know if I understand it. Is Director Hinton help me understand it?
Sure. In the first part, after getting Director Wyrick's questions, I just asked Mr. Hinton to give an overview of what we've done in the past 10 years.
I didn't see this, so thank you. I just
We just passed it out. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
So many times I've learned that, when we send something and by 3 or 4 o'clock, everybody's busy. So now I'm just bringing handouts.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And then the bottom section is the planned purchases from the bond money that the board has issued or passed. And that totals $19.5 million.
Okay, and I don't know, Director Henry, if you had a presentation you want to give or just take a couple questions from me.
Let me take a couple questions so that I can explain any misconceptions that you might have.
Okay, I don't know if it's a misconception. The X description 1500 GPM, what is that?
So if you look in the first column, that's the category, which is an aerial,
Right.
which is the trucks that we actually have. Those are ladder trucks. And then a pumper is just the engines that pump the water, right?
Okay.
And then when you look at the extra description, it tells you how tall the ladder is that's on the truck. And then the 1,500 gallons per minute is how fast the pumper actually pumps.
Okay. And I guess I understand this is what we have done and this is what we're going to do. But from Director Wyrick's comment, it seems like there are some kind of immediate needs that's happening around the city at our different stations. Does this address those immediate needs?
So we have a pumper on order for, and that's the one that's highlighted in red. The vehicle that's actually been replaced was wrecked. It was a 2015. The 1990 that Director Wyrick is talking about is a reserve truck that we have in place of that 2015 because it was totaled out on the freeway, blocking traffic from a wreck. All right, so most of our reserve fleet is not on this page, right? But almost all of those reserve engines are 1990 models, okay? So we have 3 of those pumpers, the reserve fleet that's currently in service, and 3 of them that's down, right? So Bruce asked me to put together what we have bought in the past 10 years. So that's what you see on the top part of it, right? And then the second part is the planned purchases from bond money. So the answer to your question is, regardless of what we do right now, it's going to take us 18 to 24 months to receive any apparatus that we buy. The one that we ordered in May won't be here until 2024. The apparatuses that we have, we're going to have to fix and make work until we can actually get these new apparatuses in. The bond money is going to relieve most of the pressure that we have on the old reserve fleet, because as soon as we start getting the new ones in, we'll take these newer trucks out of service and put those into the reserve fleet. So, but it's going to be hit and miss until we start getting new apparatuses in. And I think I probably should mention that we are going to go ahead, as soon as I get the okay, and order the first, we're going to order the first 4 pumpers and the 2 ladder trucks that you see on the top part of the second section.
And that's highlighted in blue?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to be, hopefully, bringing that to the next board meeting for approval.
Okay.
To go ahead and get those ordered. But those are going to be 18 to 24 months out. Now, I will say that Pierce has opened a new manufacturing facility, and they're going to be communicating to us a change in those lead times. So hopefully we'll get some of those a little sooner than 18 to 24 months. But at the current, that's what they're advertising.
Okay. Director Wyrick.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was talking with one of the firefighters this weekend, and they were talking about leasing vehicles as opposed to purchasing. If you lease a vehicle, do you get it faster than if you purchase? And why have we not leased versus our purchasing period, our purchasing process that we're doing?
Well,
I guess you can't lease on ARPA money. I don't know the answer to that, but just in general, what's What's the difference, and is the lead time better? Would that help us if we lease versus purchase?
No, ma'am, they'll be buying from the exact same manufacturers we are,
Okay.
right? And believe me, you, at these prices, 1.5, 1.6, $1.7 million for a ladder, nobody's gonna keep those in stock. So you're gonna build them on an assembly
Still
line.
got to build them. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And everything that I've seen with a lease cost us more money as far as fire apparatus is concerned.
Okay, so it's a more expensive proposition.
Yes, ma'am. And, but the lead times wouldn't change regardless of who you bought it from.
Okay. That was my question. Okay, thank you.
Director Warwick, there's also was a constitutional prohibition against municipal leasing until just a few years ago. When the Constitution was changed, and that's for economic development, I'm not sure that that change in the Constitution would allow you to buy a fire truck without an election.
Wow, okay. So there is some issues with that. I was just curious. Thank you.
Mayor, I had a couple other questions about that.
Director Phillips.
Thank you. And this is not directed to Director Hinton, so
okay.
If you want to take your seat, you can. When we were doing our millage meetings, I was only able to attend one, and it was in Ward 6, and there was a few residents there. I remember a lady, I think her last name was Williams, live on Walker Street. So if you're watching, Miss Williams, you made an impact on me. And she showed some pictures of some drainage issues that was affecting her home. And at that meeting, John Honeywell and Bruce, were fielding questions, and the ultimate response is, we can't do everything. It's not enough money. And we're gonna get a priority list and come back to our folks and let them know what's on the agenda. With that in mind, I would like Director Webb to increase the drainage projects in our targeted community development, especially in Ward 6 and 7, where I've had a lot of contact with folks. So I guess I'll ask a question to Director Webb in this regard. As it relates to infrastructure, what did you have in mind, or could we combine those two targeted community development dollars in your proposal?
They could be combined.
Okay. I think I would be supportive of combining the two and focusing on some of the drainage issues. So I wanted to share that, Mayor, and I think that's all I have. I know it's getting late. I know you're looking tired.
I'm not tired.
I am tired.
I am tired.
Director Hines.
Yes, this is Director Hinton. Director Hinton, I have just a question on keeping these apparatus repaired and in service, as long as we're not getting them wrecked on the interstate where we can't repair them.
Right.
What, is it an issue with staffing from a tech standpoint? Because I know it takes a special kind of technician to work on those apparatus. It's not like pulling a wrench on a truck, or, a normal pickup truck or diesel engine. Is that an issue, and have we looked at any outside resources to try to help us speed the process?
So one of the biggest reasons why we have moved back to Pierce as the manufacturer that we're buying from is that they're the only ones that have a service facility within 30 miles of Little Rock. That service facility is in Conway, and outside of that, the 5 people that we have are the best people in the state. It's imperative that I keep them. Some of them are my age, and they talk to me about when I'm going to retire so they can plan their retirement around it. So I'm like, no, guys, let's not do that. So we got good staffing. Some of the things that we have to farm out, we could do ourselves. We just don't have the facility and the tooling to do that, because we're just limited in space and some things that we can do. But outside of that, we got an excellent fire staff. Walter has talked to me about adding an additional person in the shop. I'm going to approve that, send it to Bruce. And then G&W is a good partner down in Conway. But again, those old reserve units are going to be coming out of service when we start to return some of this younger stuff.
Right.
That's what we got to work through. And it's going to be a little timely.
I'll just tell you, the biggest thing I'm hearing is the guys are tired of running around on pickup trucks and, you know,
Yeah, I understand, and I concur with that. And I'll just say this: Chief Hubbard called me this weekend. I had just gotten off the phone with Richard talking about Station 18 for the engine, and it was painful for the discussion that we had because, the way I ended up leaving the conversation with him, we're lucky we have 22 stations, in this regard, because of the amount of time that it's taken to get stuff through the supply chain and the amount of time that it's taken to get new apparatuses, right? That was painful to say. You would normally not hear me say something like that. But that's just the shape we're in. Luckily, we've already passed the bond funding and are preparing to take care of ourselves and fire apparatuses over the next 3 or 4 years.
Super. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, members of the board. We'll take these suggestions under advisement, and we'll be following back up. Mr. Moore?
And I think we actually have the handout again that you all picked up last week. So this is to continue or to finalize the discussion on the
Director Capiers?
2023 budget planning process. And
Mr. Moore, Director Capiers has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
While we're passing out, since the chief is here, can we ask him what he needs? I mean,
He needs me not to call him at night.
he would. He would.
Thank you, Director Capiers. Mayor, to members of the board, city manager, what does the fire department need? It's simple, just pull the trigger and let's buy some fire trucks. We need fire trucks. The apparatus that are in reserve that Mr. Henry referred to, some are almost at the point of unrepairable. And that's why we ended up putting our firefighters in some sticky situations. Let's just pull the trigger and let's buy some fire trucks. That's what we need.
Thank you.
I guess, Mayor, I have a follow-up.
Director Phillips?
For the chief. I wasn't going to ask the question since it was getting late, but we're going to blame Director Capiers for opening the door. When you say pull the trigger, does the bond money pull the trigger for you, or do you need something more than that?
Absolutely. If we just, the bond money is going to do a lot of what we need. That's what we told the community to support us on. That's what we said we needed to be effective, to be able to do our job safely and to serve the community in a safe and efficient manner. Yeah, the bond money would do it.
Okay, and that's why I wanted to be clear. If you needed something else, because as I understand Director Henn's point,
because
we can pull the trigger, but we're not going to get the apparatus until 18 months or so.
There's nothing that's going to get it here faster.
Right.
But if we put it out and we put it on the line and we stop talking about it, we actually go ahead and do it. We know it's coming. Then I can go back and tell the firefighters, we got help coming. But at the time, you're standing in a position of, as Director Wyrick spoke about, you're on a pickup truck and you don't know when help is coming.
Okay. Do you need anything to help you in the interim? I guess will be the next question. It's going to take 18 months. Do you need for us to do anything for the fire department until you get those apparatuses?
Director Henry is doing a great job. He and his staff are doing a great job at repairing that can be repaired.
Okay.
We're at bare minimum as far as the ability to operate on safe equipment.
Okay. I guess I'll just end it with this, Chief. If you need something, let us know. If there's something that happens between now and 18 months, once we pull the trigger, I think the
Absolutely.
board is supportive of you. Just tell us what you need and we'll do what we can to get it to you.
And I'm very appreciative of every member of this board. I'm appreciative of this executive team, Mayor Scott, Manager Moore. But I'm frustrated as well because we just need to go ahead and buy some fire trucks.
Director Miller?
Thank you, Mayor, and I hate to get a little bit off track on this, but I just have to. I'm a city board member now, and I understand that 14 months on, but I can tell you as a citizen, I'm just shocked at how we could have a fleet that is so out of date. And I'm not directing this to anybody. I'm just saying, I just got on this board, and certainly I got to take responsibility now and getting the chief everything that he needs. But as a citizen, I am outraged and frustrated that I'm hearing about the poor condition of our fleet and how it got here. And so maybe I am going to call out some people that's been on this board forever or not. How could this happen? And I don't expect an answer to this. I'm just a frustrated citizen to hear about how our fleet is just, and it's so out of date. I mean, there seems to be, there was no plan to have a ongoing maintenance, or ongoing purchases. I don't understand that. I really don't. And somebody needs to take responsibility for how we got in this position that we're in. And I'm just frustrated. And I don't know if I really expect an answer, but I was a citizen before I got on this board. Yeah, I guess I am, Antoine. I'm still a citizen too. But I'm just outraged. And I just want to express that frustration to anybody who's still up listening to this, and the people around this table, and to the citizens of Little Rock. I just want to apologize for the condition of our fire equipment at this point. And I think it is outrageous. I think it's inexcusable. And I don't know how it happened, but I want to make sure going forward that we don't find ourselves in this position again, because it is outrageous and it is unacceptable for us to have a fleet the way we have now. And I don't know how it happened, but somebody was asleep at the switch for letting our fire department and this apparatus get in the condition that it's in now. I'm just frustrated with that. And I'm sorry. I know it has nothing to do with what we're trying to do now, because we're doing everything we should be doing, and that's great. And I want to applaud the board now for at least taking action on this. But for us, as a city, to be in the condition that we're in now and wake up here on this date and listen to this and what I've been listening to since I've been on this board about our fleet is inexcusable. And I'm sorry for voicing that like that.
Thank you so much, Director Miller. I do share that same frustration. Being only been in office now 4 years, this has been communicated to the members of the city board. That's what got us to the Renew Little Rock, to get those dollars. You weren't on the board at that period in time. When we got into the COVID-19, it's been communicated to the city board about these issues. I think if you look at the list, we even had conversations about how old there are certain apparatus that we still have today that are in the 1990s. And so we got into a bad position. A lot of that is some things that we walked into when we came into office, and we tried working with everyone within the Office of the Administration to get that addressed. But clearly when it comes to big dollar amounts, you have to have the Renew Little Rock, hence the reason why the city board did that. So that's been something, as you shared, that's prior to your time, prior to my time, but it's being addressed by the city board now. No, I share your same frustration, but it's being addressed now. All right, Mr. Moore, you want to carry on with the budget? Director Ryder, your hand's still up? Yep. That's out from earlier?
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, got a question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Where's your little sheet here where it's got land purchases from bond funds? When it says bond spend amount, is that the ones that we've already allocated money for? Or is that when what have we purchased and what have we not purchased? At the bottom, for instance, there's one, it's a pumper truck, it was 2007. You go all the way to the right and it says $7 million. What does that mean? What does the red numbers mean? You purchased or you're gonna purchase?
Okay, so it's in the second box, and it's the planned purchases from the bond funds. And the first series that you all approved on a few weeks ago, out of that first series, $7 million will be utilized to purchase the ones in blue.
Okay, I get it. So that's a tally of all those in blue, and then the 4.4 is a tally of those in orange. Okay, I'm with you now, so we get down to 19.5.
Correct.
So the bond money is going to be utilized to purchase these, and that's the amount. We've not purchased anything.
Right, but as you can see up in the first box,
Yeah.
where y'all set aside money for the American Rescue Plan for $1.4 million for an area, that's in the order.
The area was here, Bruce.
That one's here, okay. And on December the 20th, we will, next Tuesday, you'll have a resolution for us to be able to move forward with the purchase order for the $7 million worth of our apparatus. But I couldn't do that until the bonds were issued and closed, so.
But that's happened now.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we're able to purchase those. Okay. So in 2021, we purchased 3 trucks. I don't know what you call them, engines, whatever. You purchased 2 pumpers and 1 aerial in 2021. And
Actually, Director Wyrick, that 2020 that you see actually was purchased in 2021 as well. If you recall,
okay, yeah.
if you
2020
recall, we
was.
bought 3 of them on a pretty much an emergency basis because we had 3 pumpers get tore up and they were all totaled and we had to buy something, and y'all moved pretty quickly for us to be able to buy those. They were already in stock that Pierce had in their showroom, and they let us buy them from them. So,
Okay, so they're already active and working.
yes, ma'am.
So the 1996 that you've got in your shop that has a transmission problem,
Yes, ma'am.
you say it's not even on here. It's
No,
not.
ma'am, that's a reserve engine.
Yeah.
So when we have these frontline units go down, we'll put an old reserve unit in its place.
But don't we have a lot of reserve units at the fire stations now?
Oh, yes,
Didn't
ma'am.
we have like 5 or 7 reserves? Aren't they in operation now?
Most of them are in operation.
I'm sorry.
Well, most of them are in operation because we have 4 frontline units down right now. We put 3 frontline units back online today. We still have 4 frontline engines down, so reserves are in their place.
So does that mean we had 7 stations working on?
No, ma'am. That means we had 2, the 2 that they told you. Those reserve engines are actually pumpers in trucks.
Okay, so you just took them out of reserve, put them in the fire stations, and then you'll move them back to reserve?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But we didn't have any reserve for 18 and 7, so.
That's right, because they both were actually already on reserve. And when the reserve went down, that's when they went onto a pickup truck. And both those that actually went down, now we got some other stuff back in service, but both, one of them have a transmission problem. That truck's going to be down for a long time.
That's fire station 18,
Yes,
engine
ma'am.
18.
And then engine 7 has, it's not going, I think that truck will be back in service probably. That's not a reserve, that's actually the actual engine. That truck should probably be back in service tomorrow.
So what happens to the reserve trucks? What happens to that 1996? Do we get rid of the reserve trucks and replace them with some of these that were taken offline?
That's exactly, that's the way that happens, yes, ma'am.
So I know you had somebody special that was working on engine 19, working on the transmission. Are those guys on a call-out basis, do they consider these fire trucks to be an emergency basis? And
Oh, absolutely. That's
they're
right.
available 24/7?
Yes, ma'am. We have a service truck that we send home with them, right? And as soon as they get the call, and these guys are good. They get up, they stop what they're doing, and they go to the truck, right? And if it's something they can repair, they repair it right there. So the reason why it's important to me to keep them.
Yeah.
If I have to stay around a few extra years, make sure they stay here, then I'll do that.
Are they our employees?
They're our employees, and they're good at what they do.
Do we have a resource for contracted employees to work on fire trucks?
Well, that's what we do with G&W. And there are some other vendors around the city that we actually use for minor things for fire trucks. But when it comes down to the safety equipment, we pretty much reserve our guys for that and G&W. I can't tell you how cognizant I am of the safety of those firefighters and the people that they're servicing with those trucks.
Well, I want to follow up on Director Miller's dismay. I've been on the city board a number of years, and I've always had emphasis toward police and fire. I've always pushed to get things for them, and I did not become aware that we were having problems with fire trucks until we started talking about the sales tax issue. And we had the chief up there, and I'm thinking maybe we need 4 or 5 trucks, replacement trucks. And it was a much bigger number, and I think we all were shocked at that point in time, how big a number it was. And so when I received phone calls this weekend telling me that, we were working out of pickup trucks, that's when I started saying, okay, where are we? I know we're putting money into fire trucks, and that's why I'd asked Bruce for some analysis of trucks we needed, how many we had ordered, how we were going to purchase them, and that kind of thing. So, Director Miller, I don't have an answer other than I wasn't made aware of the shape we were in until we started looking at the sales tax. And in that sales tax, we had some money, didn't we, Mayor, for fire trucks? So
We did.
I think we're all kind of shocked at the situation that we're in. So I don't have an excuse, but that's what I know about it.
So I probably should not say this, but I'm going to.
That's always trouble.
Go ahead and say it.
So we got the bond funds for the fire trucks to get us through for 34 years, right? Director Warwick and the members of the board, every year after that, for police and fire, you're going to have to spend $6.5 million. That's what you're going to have to spend if you want to resolve this and keep it resolved. Otherwise, you're going to be back in the same place.
We don't want to be there.
Right, and we don't want to be there. So it's $6.5 million that Knoxville actually has a replacement fund that's tax supported, right? For about the same thing they're about the same size we are. They don't have this issue because they have a sanctioned replacement plan by the board and by the people that run that city. And that money is spent every year, so they don't have to go through what we're currently going through.
I think we all believe in public safety, police and fire and equipment, and we worry about our employees and that kind of thing, but I think you're exactly right. We've got to put our money where our mouth is and start making sure that we keep replacements going. So, no, you're right in saying that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Moore, you want to?
I have a comment on this.
You didn't have it, but
It's segueing our conversation. So, and I was waiting to see if Director Richardson is back online, but I'm going to use one of his terms. So Director Miller and Director Wyrick and some of my fellow board members, I think the cognitive dissonance we're all suffering from is when I got on the board in 2010, and if I look at this spreadsheet that was given us on the purchases over the last 10 years, we bought 17 new units over the last 10 years. Now, Willie, how many trucks have we wrecked in the last 5, 3 or 4? Because I thought it was only 3, and then I think you threw one extra in there.
Oh, it's probably more than that, but we had a.
But I mean total where it's just totally taken them out just in the last.
No, I should have brought that spreadsheet with me, but I didn't. Probably 8.
So, and I don't know, that seems like an inordinate amount. I don't know. I just know that we had 2 that were involved in a preventable from my understanding of it. And then the one on the interstate, the truck was doing its job protecting our firefighters and our first responders.
That's right.
From oncoming traffic. So that's probably a good sacrifice of a unit. But when I look at this, my fellow directors, is that when I got on the board in 2010 is when we started looking at doing a sales tax campaign. 10-year sunsetted capital and a 5/8 permanent. And if you look at the funding over the units we bought, the majority of those units, I think were bought with the 5/8 cent permanent.
It says we did.
Yeah, and then the 3/8 cent sales tax was used for a few of them. As I recall, and if I look at this right, I mean, these I'm just looking at the model years. Before I got on the board, we did not buy a fire engine. We bought our last fire engine in 2009. We bought an E1 in 2009. Before that, we bought one in 2006, and we bought a bunch in 2007, and that was probably with bond funding. And then there was also a decision at some point made by the previous fleet manager, it wasn't Mr. Hinton, to switch from Pierce to E1s. And my understanding is those E1s we bought don't last like a Pierce does. Because if you look down the list, we're already going to start retiring 2012 E1s starting in 2024, which tells me we made some bad purchasing decisions. I mean, it's not, I guess what I'm saying is we didn't get here overnight, and I think the reason that we're all coming to this shock is that we thought when 2010, when we passed the 10-year capital and the permanent, we thought we were fixing this issue, but really what we've done is just continue to kick the can down the road because if you look at this list, the common denominator, other than the sales tax funding from the 5/8 cent, these are all sunsetted or bond issue purchases. You might be able to make the case that fire apparatus, because of the longevity of it, is capital, but it really falls too short a term for capital, for a capital expense. To me, capital expense is 15, 20 years, even though we're getting 15 to 20 years out of our units. With stuff like fire apparatus and police cars, those should be coming out of operating funds. It's just like with our street resurfacing. I guess what we need to start talking out at this board level is where our priorities are. I know Sarah likes to match recurring revenues with the recurring expenses, but we continue to put maintenance issues in our capital budgeting. And we're not gonna get off this merry-go-round if we don't make those changes. It's a lot like what Director Hinton's talking about, a commitment to start a vehicle replacement fund, that we fund that, and that's locked up in a piggy bank. And I know why from 2009 to 2012, while we didn't buy, the economy was horrible. Our sales tax revenues were declining because online sales were coming on, and we didn't get quite the growth. So, I mean, I can see a reason for some of this. Some of it's just lack institutional knowledge, but I think the reason that we, in my mind, is we thought we were doing this. We just weren't doing it at an accelerated rate to keep up with our attrition. And then when we have 3 or 4 trucks get wrecked that you're not planning on, you're down to past your backups, and we're holding it together with, like I told the chief earlier, with duct tape and baling wire. And our firefighters do way too good a job of that, and I think that's why sometimes they get overlooked in their need for the apparatus and equipment that makes them safe. But that's just my take on kind of this whole issue with our fire apparatus. I don't know that it's been neglected by us. I think we haven't gotten off the merry-go-round of doing it with one-time funds or bond funds when we should be doing it with operating funds.
Thank you so much, Director Hines. Again, actually, I agree with you about what it looks like from the timeline standpoint. At the end of the day, members of the board who are shocked, that's not to reiterate what Director Hines has shared, but actually agree. We do got to make some strategic decisions. I think we tried to do that with the sales tax. We tried to do that with American Rescue Plan Act. This is something that's been going on, the better part of 20 years when you really look at it. And so this was our response. And so thank you to the members of the board when you supported the American Rescue Plan Act, pumpers, when you also supported the short-term notes as well, and then also with the Renewed Little Rock. So it's being responsive to what Director Hinton shared is and Sarah's right, when you budget, you gotta have recurring revenues, recurring expenses. But to Director Hinton and to Director Hines is, in the future, I don't think there's anywhere close to, and this is the reason why, members of the board, that we're gonna always be approached by residents about a myriad of issues. And when we have our budget workshops, and this is the reason why we wanna hear different aspects of what priorities are. If you know anything about Director Wire, she's gonna tell you nuts and bolts. And those are the things that we're gonna focus on. But we have to understand everything does cost. And so you talk about if we make a seismic shift to really correct some issues over the past 20 years to really catch us up. Now you're talking about an ongoing commitment of potentially $5 to $6 million that we don't spend now. We're in the middle of union negotiations with both police and fire, which is gonna be commitments of millions of dollars on top of what we already spend now. And so I just ask members of the board is just to please allow executive administration to come forth with a proposed budget, because every time we get ancillary things that we all know and love, it competes with things that we have to run day to day. Day to day is police, day to day is fire, day to day is public works. And we have to take care of those things as well so we can get to the other things that we all know and love. And so I just ask that we be mindful of that as we move forward. But I think, again, when we look at some of the things, we're going to have to make some serious decisions in 24, 25. We're going to have to seriously talk about, from an infrastructure standpoint, from a fleet standpoint, from more parks and recreation. And so I don't mind saying it, that we're going to need to look at a sales tax that covers a lot of this in the future. Clearly we know there's an impending, some say we're already in it, Director Hines, inflation right now. And so we got to monitor that. So we're not saying we're going to do anything anytime soon, but when you talk about these seismic shifts with funding, it's going to require new revenue. It just is. And so again, I ask that members of the board that we at least put that on our radar for the next, year to 18 months. that's something that probably will be coming before the board for consideration in a collaborative way, and ensure that it's curated, that it's not only collaborative, but it's intentional on what we can do for quality of life, what we can do for infrastructure, and what we can do for fleet that provides a lot of the needed infrastructure for public safety as well. So just wanted to share that. Mr. Moore.
I'll go over the first handout, which is the executive administration authorized position summary. It's consistent with the other documents that you saw that list all of the positions that have been approved. I will note that you can see the asterisks out by the ones that are vacant. And all of these, as you saw in the other departments, are either currently being advertised or will be advertised or actively recruiting. When you see the 1/2 by the emergency management administrator and emergency management specialist, that means that half their salary is actually paid via a grant that we receive annually. So you can see in executive administrations, there's 35 authorized positions, 31 that are currently filled, and 4 vacancies that are actively being recruited. On the next page is the budget request list for 2023. The first one is the siren. The sirens have always been in 911, and this year we moved those to emergency management, which falls under the Office of Executive Administration. There was no contract to maintain those sirens, so this is the operating expense to maintain the sirens, and then the one-time capital cost because we need to replace one. This also would recommend we reinstate the Office Assistant 3 position, which is basically the receptionist that was eliminated, I think, in 2019. And then in 311 communications, that's just equipment for their desk and everything that's needed for the employees in 311. So with that, I'll answer any questions, or we can move to Tom.
I don't know where Debbie is. Be wisdom across the hall.
She's right there.
She's right there. Debbie?
There you are. I think y'all have got before you what the situation is in our office. We have a personnel model that we're trying to fill at the moment. What we're trying to do is slightly redefine the definitions for FOI coordinators so that we can hire either paralegals or actual lawyers. We do need to hire one attorney to deal with these things on a direct basis. So that's one of the things that we've asked for. I've asked for a secretary, which I've never had, and it's getting kind of hard to keep up with everything. But the status of the office is my chief deputy and deputy resigned last Friday. They've taken jobs with the federal government, and we had at least one empty one before that. one chief deputy, the chief deputy and one deputy, yes. I don't really know where to go next because I'm sort of brain dead. Are there any questions? Yes.
Looking at this list, knowing that you have two responsibilities, how many lawyers do you need to do your job? Knowing that you got 11 bosses, all who think that they're your only boss.
Director Computers, I think that if I can get the three positions filled relatively quickly with experienced lawyers, that part will be okay. We have taken over 140 backlogs on FOI requests. We've got them down to about 7 as of today. Please understand that there are one of those 7 has approximately 120,000 pages of documents that we've got to go through. Next week, thanks to communications I've had with Chief Helton, Lieutenant Sloan, who heads the FOI division for the police department, is going to start meeting with our weekly meetings to figure out what's going on with FOI and see how we can better coordinate. One of the issues that I've had is that I understand and appreciate the need to not accidentally reveal juvenile information on body cameras, for example, or not accidentally reveal confidential informants. But I really think that, camera type of stuff is going to be asked for one way or the other, and that we really ought to try to have the two departments work together. I have looked unsuccessfully. It seems to me they ought to all be in one place with all of the technological equipment that they need so that they could work with each other. We are basically trying to figure out if 2 clouds would take care of what we need to do in terms of FOI storage and in terms of litigation hold storage. So that's where we are. I think if the 3 new attorneys, if I can get 3 that pretty much have some trial experience, we'll be okay. But right now I've got 2 weeks of constant court dates that we're just trying to juggle.
Director Phillips?
Tom, does this budget reflect pay raises so you can hire attorneys at the going market rate?
There is one pay raise reflected in this budget for one of our assistants that we're going to promote to a deputy. The city's policy is that we can go up to the mid-range for the others, but part of what we've got also is we've got to look at the equity within the department. So that's what we will be doing.
Director Wyrick?
Tom, in looking at your, I don't know what you call this. It's your little diagram of all your departments. At the bottom, it's got a case coordinator truancy. Do we still have that position?
We do, and the one that you've got in front of you, if it's the one I've got in front of me, it's not accurate because FOI will come down under the city attorney, the chief deputy, and the executive legal manager, all of the client. We are required by state law to deal with truancies. Truancy is an issue that we really need to sit down with the school district and discuss in some detail. The Little Rock School District has a wonderful plan on paper. It's not really followed, and even so, you have to have such a large number of unexcused absences before they're reported as truant that, we don't get a report until, well, we're getting reports now from the schools. We will issue the summonses for these people if they're served. The first appearance would be in 2 or 3 months, which would be March. And so people who have been truants since August will start getting into the process just before the end of the school year. And it's really kind of a joke. You know, and I mean, you want a program that's going to take care of something, we really need to get active in dealing with truancy. Truancy is as big a problem for kids under 10 as it is for kids in high school. Kids in high school, they're even having a skip day, which I think one member of this board of directors learned to perfect, or they had they're really creating some havoc in the neighborhoods, as you've heard from others. Elementary age kids in the 1st or 2nd grade not getting to school have real problems at home. And, you know, a truancy thing where you bring somebody into court and maybe get them and maybe not get them really isn't going to take care of the problem. The problem isn't going to be taken care of unless we find out, why aren't you getting your child to school? And then have some alternative way that we can make sure that the child gets to school. I'm sure that there's some bad mothers, but I'm sure there's some great mothers and fathers that are working 2 and 3 and 4 jobs just to eat. And they're exhausted, and when school starts at the time it does, if the kid doesn't get there, hey, you know, what have we got going on? And we don't really have data. We may have numbers, but we don't really have any input data to figure out what's going on. We want to be the best city in the country. Let's make sure all our kids are in school.
Well, you know, the Hope group came to us and presented last week, I guess it was, and I brought up the truancy program. We used to have a really good program going, and I thought you were involved in it. And then I saw this truancy coordinator, and I didn't know if that was part of the old program. Was it through the court system that we had the truancy program before?
There was an attempt to do that once in the past. Juvenile court has exclusive jurisdiction on truancy. They're treated as families in need of supervision, fins, petitions.
That's another story, but anyway, I just saw that and I thought, well, maybe that's the
case coordinator that we get the information from the schools. We prepare the summonses, that we get them out to have them served, and then we get court dates set.
All right, thank you.
All right, members of the board, seeing no other questions, meeting's adjourned.